Today I'm going to be showing you how to crochet the corner to corner open block stitch. This is a fantastic stitch for blankets. It's really nice and lightweight and airy. In this video I'm going to show you how to crochet the corner to corner open block stitch itself, and then how to prepare your piece so you can go on to add any border that you so wish. To begin, pop a slip knot onto your hook. Now every row for the corner to corner open block stitch starts with a solid block. So to form a solid block, you want to chain 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we're going to skip the first 3 chains.
You don't have to be born into a legacy of wealth.
You only want to count these fully formed chains hanging down below.
I'm going to show you how to build a legacy.
We're going to skip those and we're going to work into these last 3. So the 4th,
I have a book called Your First Million that came out.
Into those last 3 chains, we're going to work 1 double crochet in each. So skip 3 chains and work 1 double crochet into the remaining 3. So that's 1, then into the next chain, a double crochet, and into that last chain, work a double crochet. So we have just formed a solid block. We will start and end every row with a solid block. For row 2, again, we're going to start with a solid block. So chain 6, just straight from where you are, chain 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And just as before, we're going to skip the first 3 chains, and into the 4th, 5th, and 6th chains, we're going to work 1 double crochet in each. So skip the first 3 and work a double crochet into the last 3 chains. 1, 2, and 3.
Very recently,
so we formed
it's
our
available
first
wherever you
block.
get your favorite books.
Now we need to join to this block that we made
as
in
an
the row
audio.
before.
Highly recommend
to do that, we're just going to flip it.
And I talk about this. Is what I talk about mainly in this book. So I wanted to make a video where we can have a conversation, the types of conversations I have with millionaires and billionaires as we're building
on the block that we flipped. I put it back down. You'll see you have double crochet, double crochet, double crochet, and then your skipped chains. So flip it up, and that space of the chains is where we're going to be working. So into this gap here at the top of that block from the row below, we're going to work a slip stitch. So just pop your hook into the space, catch the yarn at the back, bring it through the space and through the loop on your hook to connect them. Now to finish this row, we need to form a solid block. So we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, and 3, and then into this same space, work 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and 3. Every solid block is formed with 3 chains and 3 double crochets. So for your very first block of the row, your 3 chains are formed when we skip them, and when we're working solid blocks, we chain up 3 and work 3 double crochets into the same space. For row 3 is where we start forming open spaces. Now every single row starts with a solid block. It also ends with a solid block. So we always want to have a solid block at the start and finish of each row. So for row 3, the open block row, we're going to do the same thing that we're going to do for every single row moving forwards. Chain 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we're going to form a solid block. So skip the first 3 chains and work 1 double crochet into each of those remaining 3 chains. So the 4th, 5th, and 6th chain from your hook each get a double crochet. Then flip up. We're just flipping up each time. We're not turning our work, we just flip up. So once we've flipped up into the chain 3 space of the block directly next to you, we work a slip stitch to join it. So we have started with a solid block for row 3. Now we're going to form the open block. And the open block is nice and simple, just chain 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Then find the next block up. So moving up to this next block, and we're going to join with a slip stitch into that chain 3 space right at the top of the block. Just join with a slip stitch. So we now have our open space formed. Now to end the row, we need a solid block. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and work 3 double crochets into that same chain space. 1, 2, and 3. Now after every open block row, so the repeat of row 3, we need a solid block row. So we're going to be alternating between 2 different types of row. Open row followed by a solid row. So for row 4 is a solid row. Now regardless of what row you're on, we start and end with a solid block. So chain 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Skip those first 3 chains, and then for the remaining 3 chains, work 1 double crochet in each. Form a solid block. Then flip your work up, flip it up, and join with a slip stitch into the chain 3 space of the block and the row below. It'll be right next to you. So row 4, solid row. So we're going to form solid blocks all the way along. So chain 3 and work 3 double crochets into that same chain space where you slip stitch to join. Then you'll have your chain 6 open block right next to you. And to join, we're just going to slip stitch into this space. So just slip stitch straight into that chain 6 space. And now we need to fill in this next solid block. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and we're going to work into this chain 6 open space with 3 double crochets to complete our solid block. So 1, 2, and 3. Then slip stitch into the chain 3 space of the block next to you. And then to end, we need 1 more solid block as we are increasing. So we still want our project to grow by an extra block each row. So we're going this way. So don't forget to do this very last block. So we're going to chain 3 and into the top of this row that's forming here, to the chain 3 space, work 3 double crochets. 1, 2, and 3. So we're going to keep repeating row 3 and row 4. So open row followed by a solid row. You're going to keep doing this until your project is the width that you want it to be. Now you want to end on a row 3, open row. So once you've got to the right width, you need to be ending on an open block row before the decrease. So those of you that are a dab hand at the corner to corner technique, you go ahead and repeat rows 3 and 4, end on a row 3 when your project is the width that you want it to be, and meet me back here for the decrease. For those of you that would like a little bit of extra reminder, I'm going to do a recap of row 3 and 4 for you now. So to repeat row 3, again, chain 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We start and end every row with a solid block. So skip the first 3 chains and work 1 double crochet into the remaining 3 chains. So each chain gets a double crochet. 1, 2, and 3. Flip your work up and join with a slip stitch to the row below. Now we're on an open block row. So chain 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then slip stitch to the next block. So we're forming that open space. Now row 3 goes solid, open, solid. So then after your chain 6 open block, you need a solid block. So create a solid block by chaining 3 and working 3 double crochets into that same chain space. Then slip stitch to join. So solid, open, solid. Next is an open. So chain 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And join with a slip stitch. Solid, open, and we end with a solid. So chain 3 and work 3 double crochets into that chain space. After an open row, we follow with a solid row. This is how we're going to work until we have the width we want. Remembering, when you get to the width you want to be ending on an open row before we start decreasing. So every row, regardless of whether it's solid or open, starts and ends with a solid block. So chain 6, and then skip the first 3 chains and work 1 double crochet into the remaining 3. 1, 2, and 3. Flip your work up and slip stitch to join. Now, as this is a repeat of row 4, it's solid blocks all the way along. And remembering, your solid block is 3 chains and 3 double crochets into the same chain space. And once we've formed our solid block, you slip stitch to join, and then you form a new solid block. Chain 3 and 3 double crochet. Slip stitch to join and form a new solid block. Slip stitch to join, new solid block. Slip stitch to join and work 1 more solid block. If you are ever in doubt as to which row you are currently on, we've just completed row number 6. And the reason I know that is these blocks along the side, I have 6 of them. And the blocks going up the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you're ever stuck as to which row you are on, count your side blocks and that will tell you which row you're on. So we're going to keep repeating open row followed by a solid row. Keep going until the project is the width you want it to be and end on an open row. Do not end on a solid row, you're going to end on an open row. Really quick recap for you, just one more time, of these 2 rows. We've just done a solid row, so now we need to do an open row. Chain 6. And because every row starts with a solid block, we're going to skip the first 3 chains and work 1 double crochet into those remaining 3 chains. Flip your work up and slip stitch to join. So we started with a solid block. Now we're on the open row, so we're going to do open block, solid block, open block, solid block. So the open block is 6 chains and slip stitch to join. So open followed by a solid block. Solid block is 3 chains and 3 double crochets. Slip stitch to join, and then create an open block, so 6 chains. Open block followed by a solid block, so chain 3 and 3 double crochet. Then chain 6 for your next open block. And end with a solid block. This is the row you want to end on once your project is the width you want it to be. If your project isn't the width you want it to be yet, we follow with a solid row, which is a repeat of row 4. So we always start with chain 6 and forming a solid block at the very start of every single row. Flip your work up and slip stitch to join. We're on a solid row, so every block we make will be solid. So keep repeating an open row followed by a solid row and end on an open row once your project is the width that you want it to be. Once your project is the width that you want it to be, and we have ended on an open row, you're ready to begin the decreasing. For my blanket, I made mine rectangular, so I'm going to show you in this video how we make a rectangle. For these decrease rows, it's handy to have a stitch marker just so you can easily identify which side is the side that you're decreasing on. This will make more sense in just a moment. So when forming a rectangle, what we want to do is now we have the width. We want to maintain the width whilst growing the length. So we need to keep one side short and flat whilst the other side continues to grow. The short, flat side is going to be your decrease side, and that's the side you're going to want to mark with a stitch marker. So the very first decrease row is chain 1, and then we are going to turn our work. So we're not flipping upside down anymore, we are simply turning like the page of a book. Then under these 3 stitches, your 3 double crochets, the tops of them, we're going to work a slip stitch under each one. So 1, I'm just creeping along, 2 with little slip stitches so I don't add any height, and 3, because this is going to be my short flat side. Then I'm going to slip stitch into the chain space. So I've worked 4 slip stitches. Now this would be the side to pop your stitch marker in. You can pop it in wherever, under one of those slip stitches you made or the very end of it. It really doesn't matter, this is just a visual guide for you so that you know this is the decrease side. So every row begins with a solid block and the decreasing sections no different. So we're going to form our first solid block, so chain 3 and work 3 double crochet into that chain space. Then slip stitch into your open block. Now because we are following an open block, every single one of these blocks is going to be solid. So we always alternate between open and solid rows. So all we've done here is we have just crept up, not added any more length, and we're just going straight in to a normal solid row. So we're going to chain 3, work 3 double crochets into the chain space below to form our solid blocks. Slip stitch to join the row and meet me when you're ready to finish this first decrease row. So I've worked my way across the project and I'm over to the other side. I've just formed my last solid block into the space of my last open block below. And because we're forming a rectangle, this is where this stitch marker is super handy. This is the decrease side. And to form a rectangle, we want to keep going in this direction, not adding any length on one side, but continuing to grow it on the other. So we have a decrease side and then we have an increase side. If you were forming a square, this would be the point at which you stop, because for a square you want to keep both sides the same length. So if you were doing a square, you would stop at this end joined block and then do exactly what we did on this decrease row, chain 1, slip stitch across, and then form your blocks, stop, turn, slip stitch, like that. So you'd be filling in this section. However, for a rectangle, you want to keep going. So to finish your first decrease row, the solid blocks, we're going to form a new block here. We're going to keep working just as you did in all these other rows and work one more solid block into this outside edge to continue growing the length. So when you look at your project and you count these side blocks, along your decrease side, for me, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on this small little sample. 9 is the width. That's what I want to maintain. But because I'm making a rectangle and growing it, I actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm continuing to grow the length. So this side remains at 9, whilst this side continues growing. For the second row, we have just done a solid block, so now we need an open block. So we're going to chain 6 and start with a solid block, just as you have for every other row.
And earning and creating that legacy. These are closed door conversations that should not be behind closed doors.
Flip your work.
So I'm opening it to you right now. So pick up my book and let's get started.
Now we're going to create our
So we want to have you define your legacy. What is legacy? It can mean creating a lasting impact.
You're now going to be working back across your project, making your open rows. So chain 6.
So what is that going to be for you? Set a clear vision. Establish a long-term vision for your wealth building journey and the legacy you want to leave behind.
Followed by a solid block.
Create a sustainable business or sustainable businesses that can thrive without your direct involvement. This is the key of the whole thing. Wealth. Like anybody can make money, I think. I believe that. I think anybody can make a lot of money, actually. But there are only a few people who know how to build wealth. And that's what we want to talk about today. And yes, we're going to establish multiple income streams, but I want you to think about establishing something very sustainable first and then branching out. So you might work on this one thing for a year or years
here, and I have
and then branch out to others. Please do not try to start with 2, 3, or more income streams at the beginning just because you see someone else who's successful have multiple income streams. It doesn't work that way. It always finds a way to fall apart. But instead, what you want to do is you want to focus on one thing, being great at one thing, make $1 million doing it, and then you can go on to the next.
This is the decrease
side. And then you're going to manage wealth beyond your life. So you're going to set up a trust, a foundation, other types of things that leave a legacy for you so that your assets can be used to pursue your
book. And then you're going to slip stitch under the top of these 3 double crochets. So just work a slip stitch, 1, 2, 3, then slip stitch into the chain space. So we're now ready to do our next row. So we're going to be repeating those last 2 rows over and over as your project grows. So we start every row, we've slip stitched into the chain space on this decrease side with a solid block, regardless of which row it is. Always start with a solid block. And then we're going to form solid blocks all the way up as we work over to the increase side. Once you've filled in your last open block, you want to end by forming a new block. This is the length side. So don't forget to add that extra solid block on the top every time we come back. So you can see we're maintaining the width. The width is the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks. If we count these open rows, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you're maintaining the width with your decrease side, but the length is growing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So keep repeating these 2 rows, your open row followed by your solid row. Your solid row on the way back up will always end with that extra block on the increase side. For the open row, we're working our way back over to this decrease side. We start by forming a new block, so we're going to chain 6, form your new solid block, we're still on the increased side, so we're still forming new blocks along this side. Flip your project up, and then form your open row with your chain 6 spaces. So you have your chain 6 open block followed by a solid block. So we've got a chain 6 followed by a solid block all the way back over to the decreased side. So work this all the way back over to the decreased side. We're going to continue these 2 rows until your project is the length that you want it to be. Once it is the length you want it to be, again, we're going to end on this open row before we begin the next set of decreases to bring your rectangle back down. So keep alternating between your solid row up to the increased side and then your open row with your chain 6s back to the decreased side. Once it is the length that you want it to be, and we will have ended again on an open row, now you're ready to start filling this in to get it to meet back at a point. So from this point on, once you have the length that you want, we're going to treat both sides as a decreased side because we do not want to add length on either side. So you've got the right length of your project that you want, and you have ended on this open row. Now we can begin decreasing on both sides. So as we're on a decreased side, and we're going to be on decreased sides for both moving forwards, we chain 1, turn like the page of a book, and slip stitch under the tops of those 3 double crochets, trying to keep your yarn on your hook. Try that one again, there we go. 1, 2, 3 slip stitches, and slip stitch into the chain 3 space. You can go ahead and remove your stitch marker now if you want to, because from this point on, both sides will be decreased sides. So we're going to start the same way as we have been. We're going to chain 3 and create a solid block into that chain 3 space. Slip stitch into the chain 6. And then we're going to form solid blocks all the way back up to the top. Now stop when you have filled in that very last open block. We do not want to continue adding any length. We're going to stop at this point. So I'm working my final solid block into the open block from the row below. Slip stitch to join, and then stop. We do not want to continue adding any more blocks. Both sides are now decreased sides. So for the next row, we're going to chain 1, turn our work. We're treating both sides as decreased sides. So we're going to slip stitch under the 3 double crochets, just slip stitching into the top of them. 1, 2, 3, and into the chain 3 space. Every row starts and ends with a solid block, so we're going to fill in this solid block here by chaining 3 and working 3 double crochets, just as you did on the other side. Now we're doing it on both. So now this side also becomes a short side like the other one. We're now on an open row. So we started with a solid block. Now we form our open blocks with chaining 6. We always follow an open block with a solid block. I'm going to work this across. For this end decreasing section, when we're meeting both sides back together, it gets much, much faster. It's very satisfying doing these rows. Once you reach the other side, just be mindful not to accidentally add another block, because we now have a nice flat short row here. And we do the same thing again. We're going to chain 1, turn our work like a book, slip stitch into the top of those 3 double crochets that you just made, and returning back along those stitches into the chain 3 space, and again start with chain 3 and forming of a solid block. And then slip stitch into your open block. And this row is then a solid row. So we're going to be always stopping now with the final slip stitch to join, because we don't want to add an errant extra box up here. We want to keep them now flat coming in together. So solid row. So you can see we are now filling in this little section, so keep alternating between your open row and your solid row, with each side being a decrease. As you work your way down, eventually you will reach the point where you have just one solid block, one open block, one solid block on your decrease, as you're working your way back. That's absolutely fine, don't panic. The next row you work would be the solid row as normal. So you start with your first solid block, join it to the last open block that we're going to be making, and create a solid block into that open block. So that will be your very last open block formed. We still have one little space to fill in here. We want to be working our way down to just one block. So for this very, very last row, we're going to slip stitch into the top of the 3 double crochets you just made and into the chain 3 space. And then we form just one solid block. So you can see we have 2 blocks here. We're working our way back down to 1. So chain 3 and work your 3 double crochet into that chain space. And then slip stitch to join. you will have come all the way back in. So at this point, we've now finished the main body of your project. If you wanted to end it right here, you would chain 1, cut your yarn, leaving a nice long length, and then you've got your 2 tails to weave in and you're done. However, if you are making a blanket, it's quite nice to sort of clean up these raggedy edges and have a nice foundation, which you can then go ahead and put a border onto, like this. So we just have one more little foundation row to go, just to neaten this up, and we're going to use the same yarn that you have worked your whole project in. So we're not going to cut our yarn for working this little foundation border row around the project, we're just going to continue from this point. So we're going to chain 1, and into this space in between your blocks, we're going to work a single crochet. So if you pull your little blocks apart, you've got solid blocks all the way around, there's a little gap in between them. Into this space, work a single crochet. So just reach down and work a single crochet. Now if you would like to mark the top of that single crochet with a stitch marker so you don't lose it on the way back round, you're absolutely free to do so. Then we're going to chain 2. 1, 2, and find the next space in between your blocks. So if you just pull them apart, there's a really obvious spot here, and work a single crochet into that space. Chain 2, find the next gap in between your solid blocks, and work a single crochet. Chain 2, find the next space, and work a single crochet. So we're creating chain edges along the side, which gives it a nice flat edge, and little spaces where you can work whatever border you fancy into. So we're going to repeat this, keep going down the side. We're going to chain 2, find the space in between the next set of blocks, and work a single crochet just into that gap. Do this all the way along the side of your project. Once you get all the way along the side and you've got to your sort of end block on the corner, we're going to chain 2, we're going to form a corner into this corner. Now this is a little bit of a fudge it and see mentality for these corners, because there isn't really a clear set space on each corner where to work into. For this very first one here, I like to personally work into the top of this stitch, this double crochet here. But you can work into just the gap if that's easier for you. There's no right or wrong. You work your corners for coming around wherever you want, wherever they work for you. Your corners will be formed with a single crochet, chain 2, and a single crochet back into that exact same space. So you are forming a little corner chain space here to come around the corner. So we've got chain 2 spaces all the way along the sides here for working your border stitches, and we have a little chain 2 space in the corner for the same purpose. So we're going to work this all the way around your project. Along the sides, you're going to chain 2 and work a single crochet in between your blocks, so your solid blocks. Chain 2, find the next space in between the solid blocks and work a single crochet. Work this along each side. When you get to the last block and the corner of your project, chain 2, if you hadn't already, and we form the corner into wherever you are most comfortable forming the corner. It can be into the stitch, or it can be into the space around in between these 2 stitches, totally up to you. Over here I worked into the top of the stitch. Here I'll probably, because this is my slip stitch and it's a little bit gappy, I'll work in between the stitches themselves. So in here, just work a single crochet, chain 2, and a single crochet back into the same space to form a corner. And then continue working around with your chain 2 and your single crochet in between the blocks. As I say, you work your corners wherever they fit for you, really. This is how it looks if you work into the top of the stitch, And this is how it looks if you work around and in between a couple of the stitches. It's a very, very minimal difference. And once you have worked a border into all these chain 2 spaces around, you will not notice. So work this all the way around. Once you've worked your final 2 chains here and you're right back to that very first single crochet that you made, to end we're simply going to slip stitch into the top of that single crochet. Now at this point, what you go on to do is entirely personal preference. On my blanket, I went on to form my border using an entirely different yarn. I find that that really highlights the corner-to-corner nature of the project when you have a separate colour border. So for me personally, this was the point at which I cut my yarn and ended. So to do that, you're going to chain 1, cut your yarn leaving a nice long length, weaving in afterwards, pull it up, out and tight, and then you have your 2 ends to weave in, and your corner-to-corner open block stitch project is complete, as is this little foundation row for working your border stitches. Now my personal border was very, very simple. Into the chain 2 spaces that I formed on that foundation row, I worked 2 single crochet stitches. When I got to the corner, I worked 1 single crochet, chain 2 and 1 single crochet. Nice and simple. Then I worked 3 rows of half double crochet stitches, I worked another row of single crochet stitches, and then I finished with a round of crab stitch. So I kept it super simple. You can of course add far more elaborate borders if you so wish. But that's it for this video. Good job for sticking around for so long. I really hope you enjoyed this corner-to-corner open block stitch. Please do let me know what you think of this stitch down in the comments below. And until next time, happy crocheting. Bye! Today I'm going to be showing you how to crochet the interlocking block stitch. This is a fantastic stitch. I really love this one. It works particularly well if you use 3 different colours like I have for this sample. In the video I'm going to show you how to crochet the stitch itself, how to straighten up this final edge for your very last row, and if you're using 3 colours I'm going to show you how we float this yarn up the side so you don't need to cut it for each row. To begin, pop a slip knot onto your hook. Now the pattern multiple for the interlocking block stitch is 6 plus 5. Now all that means is you're going to chain in multiples of 6, 6, 6 until your project is as wide as you want it to be, then add 5 chains right at the very end. I'm only going to be making a very small sample today, so I'm going to go ahead and chain 29. Once you have your desired amount of chains, we're going to begin by working into the 4th chain from the hook. Now this loop on your hook does not count as anything. You only want to count these fully formed chains hanging down below. 1, 2, 3, 4. And into that 4th chain, we're going to work a double crochet. Work into whichever part of the chain you find easiest. Now those 3 chains that we've skipped do count as a double crochet. Then into the next chain, work 1 more double crochet stitch. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Skip 3 chains, 1, 2, 3, and then into the next, work a double crochet. Then work a double crochet into the next 2 chains. So for the interlocking block stitch, everything is done in groups of 3. So we have 3 chains, and we skipped 3 chains, and then we work 3 double crochet into the next 3 chains. We're going to repeat this small little section all the way down. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and then work 1 double crochet into the next 3 chains. So skipping 3 chains to the 4th, 5th, and 6th chains, work 1 double crochet in each. Chain 3, skip 3, and then work 1 double crochet into each of the next 3 chains. For row 2, we're going to change colour, but we are not going to cut this cream yarn. I'm going to leave it attached to the ball so I can float it up the side. So bring in your next colour. For me, that will be yellow. Leave a tail for weaving in. Pop it over your hook and just draw it through this chain that's currently on your hook. Pull that cream one down to snug it into place. And we're ready to begin row 2. For row 2, in your new colour, we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn your work. Now we're going to skip over the double crochet stitches, and we're going to work into these skipped chains from right down here in this base foundation chain row. We're also going to sandwich in the 3 chains that you made. We're going to sandwich that into the stitches. So we're working right down into this chain here and covering up these chains that you made. So we're going to leap straight into creating double crochets into these skipped chains. So skip right over the 3 you made, yarn over, find that first skip chain. You'll have 1, 2, 3 of them. Into that first one, work a double crochet. Now, for working into these chains, I'd advise being a little looser than you normally would. So you can see I've gone into the chain. I'm sandwiching in the 3 chains that we made. Draw up a loop and then draw that loop up just a little bit higher than you usually would. Then complete your double crochet as normal. And then into the next skip chain, work a double crochet. Sandwiching in those 3 chains that you made and drawing it up a little looser just to be a little bit taller than normal. We'll have 1 more chain, work a double crochet into that one. I'm going into the chain, I'm sandwiching in these 3 chains, drawing up my loop a little bit higher just for this first row of these yellow stitches. Are we doing this sort of slightly higher, slightly taller stitch? So I've sandwiched over my chain 3 and I'm working into these base chains. This is the only row we'll be working into these base chains. It gets much simpler after this. So then we're going to chain 3, skip over these 3 double crochets, and again we're going to work 1 double crochet into each of these 3 skipped chains right down here. Sandwich in the chain 3 loops here and reach down into its base chain. Sandwich everything in, pull it up, be a little bit looser than normal, and then complete your double crochet stitch. 1, 2, and 3. Keep working this, chain 3, 3 double crochets into the skipped chains until you run out of these skipped chains to work into. 1 double crochet for each skipped chain, so you'll have 3 in total. Keep these stitches nice and loose. Once you have finished your last 3 double crochet into the last 3 skipped chains, you'll have 2 double crochets and your turning chain remaining. So to finish row 2, we're going to chain 3 and then slip stitch into the top of the turning chain. If you rotate it slightly, you'll see the little V's of your stitches, 1, 2, and then here is your turning chain. So pop your hook straight in, yarn over the hook at the back, pull it through the chains and through the loop on your hook. Now for row 3, again, we're going to change colour, but leave the yellow attached. So do not cut your yarn because we're going to be floating it up to the side. So grab your next colour, and just as before, leave a long tail and draw your new colour through the loop on your hook. Pull that one down to snug it into place. And you're ready to begin row 3. For row 3, we're going to chain 3, which does count as a double crochet stitch, and turn our work. Now, because that counts as your first double crochet stitch, we're going to work into the next 2 double crochet stitches. Now, just as you did in this yellow row, we are going to sandwich over the 3 chains that you made. So ignore this very first stitch because we have our 3 chains that count as a double crochet, and we're going to work the next 2 double crochets into the tops of these stitches from this white row. So I'm going over through the V of the top of the stitch, draw up a loop, and now we can just do normal double crochet stitches. You can see I'm working over the yellow. So we have a chain 3, a double crochet into the second stitch along. We need 1 more, so 1 more double crochet into this 3rd stitch from the row below. Chain 3. Skip over these yellow double crochet stitches, and we're going to be working into the tops of these white ones. Now you'll find this first double crochet is always tucked a little bit lower. You can clearly identify the last 2 double crochet stitches of this cluster of 3, but this first one is always a little bit tucked down. So make sure that you move those stitches slightly so you can clearly identify 1, 2, 3, and into that very first double crochet, work a double crochet, working over the chain 3s from the row below. So you're always reaching down 2 rows. That's 1, and then we need 1 more in each of the remaining 2. For this row 3, we're reaching down into row 1. When we come along to the next row, we'll be reaching down into row 2. Now, because everything is groups of 3 with this stitch, we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, skip your 3 double crochets from the row below, these yellow ones, and then we're going to work 3 double crochets down 2 rows, so into row 1. This white one, 1, 2, 3, each of those stitches gets a double crochet worked into it. Remember to spot that very first one, and you'll have 1, 2, 3. Chain 3, skip 3, and work 3. Once you get to the far side of your work, you're going to chain 3, skip 3, and you'll have 3 stitches to work into. Now the first 2 are easy enough, 1 and 2, and then we get to this end here. So what you want to do is identify the top of the double crochet stitch itself. So that is here, and we're going to work our final double crochet into the top of the double crochet from 2 rows back, so this white row. Now moving forward, we're going to be repeating rows 2 and 3 over and over until you get to the point where you then want to do the final fill-in row, which is where we will fill in these chain gaps. Now the other thing we are going to be doing is we're going to be floating the next colour up. Now if you're working with 3 colours, as I am here, your next colour will always be the colour on that side. So we have white for this side, and over here we have our yellow still attached to the ball. So you don't need to think too hard about which colour comes next. My sequence is white, yellow, blue. So I will be returning to the white, and that is the only one hanging here waiting. So I'm going to show you how to float this up. It's nice and simple. So we're going to leave the blue attached. We're going to pick the white yarn back up, and we're just going to loop it over the hook and draw it through. Now, the one thing you want to be mindful of is your tension. You don't want to pull up too much of this white yarn. If you pull it too tight, you're going to bunch up the side of your work. Again, if you pull it up too loose, you're going to have great big loops hanging out. So you want to just pull it to the same height as your double crochet stitch. Once you're happy, we can then repeat row 2. So to recap row 2, we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, turn the work, bringing all your yarn with you. We're going to skip over these first 3 stitches, and now you'll find it's much easier because we're not working into skip chains, we're working into the top of the stitches. So skip the first 3 double crochets and work 1 double crochet into the next 3 double crochets from the row 2 below. Now you'll spot them because they have these nice handy chain 3 gaps over the top. So we're just filling in these little gaps. So skip those 3 double crochets and then work 1 double crochet into each of the 3 double crochets from 2 rows down. But as I mentioned, they're super easy to spot because they have these chain 3s clearly hanging over them. Sandwich in the chain 3s as we go and repeat this all the way down. Chain 3, skip 3, make 3. Do that until you run out of double crochets to work into from that row 2 below. So this is just a repeat of row 2, the yellow row. So I'm just working my last 3 double crochets into the tops of those last 3 double crochets. And to finish this repeat of row 2, we simply chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then slip stitch into the top of the turning chain. So we have stitch, stitch, chain 3, slip stitch into the top of that chain 3, and then we've got our yellow waiting, which will be the next colour in our sequence. White, yellow, blue, white, yellow. And just as you did a minute ago on the other side, we're going to draw this over, pull it through, and make sure it's sort of roughly the height of your stitches. Then we repeat row 3. And row 3 was chain 3, 1, 2, 3, which counts as a double crochet stitch. Turn your work. And because that counts as your first double crochet stitch, we only need 2 more double crochets. So work those into the 2 double crochets you can clearly see right there, 1, 2. So skip over this initial chain 3 here and work 1 double crochet into the next 2. 1, and that's 2. Oops, just caught the side of the yarn there. And then we continue the chain 3, make 3 as we go across. So chain 3, skip 3, make 3. Always working into the rows that are two rows back. It always sounds really confusing when I say the second row down or whatever. It's clearly marked, you can't miss it. We're working into these stitches. The chain 3, skip 3, make 3, all the way down. We are just repeating row 3. Your very last stitch of row 3 is worked into the top of the double crochet, 2 rows back. So find the top of that double crochet, and that's where you want to work your stitch. Then blue is the next colour in the sequence, and it will be waiting for you. So again, we're just going to float that up. And then repeat row 2 again. So you're going to repeat rows 2 and 3 over and over and over until your project is the length that you want it to be. I'm going to crochet up just a few more rows, and then I will show you how we do this final row to fill in these stitches without adding too much height. So keep repeating rows 2 and 3 and float that yarn up the side. And my project is now the length that I want it to be. Now obviously you can end here if you wish to, but you will have these chain 3 spaces. So there is an optional final row to fill these in. So because I'm now done with my blue, I can cut that one off, leaving a nice long tail to weave in. I already cut off my yellow on this side, and I have my white still waiting, still attached. You can see how it's floated up the side each colour. And I'm going to float this up and draw it through. So for this optional straightening off, filling in the gaps row, we're going to chain 1, which does not count as a stitch, and turn our work. Now into the top of these 3 double crochet stitches here, we're going to work a single crochet into each one of them. 1, 2, and 3. Then I'm going to reach down into this row 2 back, so my yellow row here, and I'm going to work 3 double crochet stitches just as we have on all the other rows. I'm going to reach down and do my 3 double crochets. And then I'm not going to chain 3, instead I'm going to work 1 single crochet into the top of these blue double crochet stitches. So just 1 single crochet into each. And then fill in with 3 double crochets. Keep working this all the way. A single crochet into the top of the double crochets from the row below, and then 3 double crochets into the row 2 below. Don't forget to work into the top of the turning chain with a single crochet to finish. Now if you ended on a row 2 rather than a row 3, the theory is exactly the same. You create your double crochets as normal, and then instead of chaining 3, you simply work 3 single crochets into the top of the stitches from the row below. So it doesn't matter which row you end on, you can still create this top straightening row. Once you've completed the very final stitch of the very final row, you can go ahead and chain 1, cut your yarn, pull that through tight, and you will have a few yarn ends on this side and a few yarn ends on that side to weave in. So I hope you enjoyed the tutorial. Please do let me know what you think of the interlocking block stitch down in the comments, and until next time, happy crocheting! Bye!
Master Control MX, the manufacturing execution system that delivers pharmaceuticals made confidently, medical devices made impeccably, production records made paperless.
Today I'm going to be showing you how to crochet the mini interlocking block stitch. This is a fantastic stitch. It's lovely and dense and fully reversible. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to crochet the mini interlocking block stitch itself, how to change colour, and I'm going to show you how to finish off your project so it has a nice clean top edge. This also has the benefit of being a very nice and simple 1 row repeat. To begin, pop a slip knot onto your hook. Now the pattern multiple for the mini interlocking block stitch is 2 plus 1. Now all that means is you're going to chain in multiples of 2, 2, 2 until your project is the width that you want it to be, then add 1 extra chain at the very end. I'm just making a small sample today, so I'm going to go ahead and chain 17. Once you have your chains, we're going to work into the third chain from the hook. Now this loop on your hook does not count as anything. You only want to count these fully formed chains hanging down below. So 1, 2, 3. So we're working into this third chain. You can work into whichever part of the chain you find easiest, and into that third chain, we're going to make a double crochet stitch. So just straight into that chain, double crochet. Then chain 1, skip a chain, and double crochet into the next. If you need help identifying which chain you've just worked into, pull that stitch and it will pull on the chain, so you can clearly see this is the chain we worked into. So skip a chain and double crochet into the next. Chain 1, skip a chain and double crochet into the next. We're going to work this all the way down your chains. Chain 1, skip a chain, double crochet in the next. Chain 1, skip a chain, double crochet in the next. We're going to change colour in the very last stitch of this row. Now this is entirely optional. You can make this in one solid colour if you so wish. But just bear that in mind, if you also want to change colour, you're going to do it in the very last stitch. So I have 2 chains remaining. I'm going to chain 1 and I'd work my double crochet into that very last chain. Now as I mentioned, I'm going to change colour, and to do that we do that in the last stitch of the row. So I'm going to begin at my double crochet as normal, go into the chain, yarn over, pull through 2, and then when I have 2 loops left on my hook and just 1 more yarn over to complete the stitch, I'm going to drop the white I'm working with and I'm going to bring in my new colour. Now leave a nice long tail for weaving in, and I'm simply going to place that over my hook and draw that through the last 2 loops to complete the stitch. That's a nice simple way to change the colour. Then you can trim the old colour, again leave a nice long tail for weaving in afterwards, and if you're worried you can put in a little gentle knot just to secure them for now. This is completely unnecessary, but it does keep your work nice and tidy. It stops things becoming loose, but as I mentioned, you can just leave the tails hanging and weave them in afterwards. Here's how you should be looking at the end of row 1. You should have a nice little mesh sort of fabric. For row 2, we're going to chain 2 and turn. Now we're going to be working into these skipped chains from the row below. So you can clearly identify the chain 1 space. It's this big hole in between your stitches, and we're looking for the skipped chains, so the chain that has nothing worked into it, and that is what we're going to be working into for this row. Now you want to keep the following stitches nice and loose. If you do them too tight, you're going to pull up these inner bits of chains and you're going to have like a crunched up bottom to your work. So you want to be nice and loose for this row. We're going to be working a spiked double crochet stitch. Now all that means is that we're working into stitches below where we would normally work our stitches. That's where the spike bit comes from. The double crochet itself is worked exactly the same, just a little bit more loosely. So into this skip chain, so you'll see your chain 1 space, the skip chain directly below it, we're going to work a double crochet, a spiked double crochet, and we're going to keep it nice and loose. So yarn over, we're going to reach down and work straight into that chain. So I'm working over the chain 1 space, I'm sandwiching everything in, I'm going to yarn over at the back and draw it through. Now lift that up nice and tall. This is where the spike bit is and where it's just worked a little bit more loosely. We want to lift up that loop so it's a nice tall one, so we're not distorting these bottom chains too much. Then you can complete your double crochet as normal. So these spike stitches, keep them nice and loose and tall. Then chain 1, skip the double crochet, find the next chain from the row down. So you've got your chain 1 space here, it's the chain is directly below it. So you can see this empty chain here. We're going to work a double crochet in exactly how we just did. Reach right down into that chain, yarn over, and then pull that loop up nice and tall. Then complete your double crochet as normal. This row is the trickiest row of the whole thing, so don't get disheartened. It gets much easier once we have got this row out of the way. So chain 1, skip the next stitch, find the chain 1 space and reach down into that skip chain right there. It's in line with your chain 1 space, and work your spiked double crochet, which is just an elongated double crochet stitch. So I'm pulling it up nice and tall, then I'm completing the double crochet. Chain 1, skip a stitch, find the chain 1 space and the empty chain below it, and work that double crochet. Remember to pull it up nice and tall. We're We're going to do this all the way along until you have run out of skipped chains to work your spiked double crochet into. So chain 1, find the chain 1 space and the skipped chain below it, and work your spiked double crochet. Remember to pull it up nice and tall. Once you have worked into every skipped chain and filled up those chain 1 spaces from the row below, you'll have at the end your double crochet stitch and your skipped chains. We're going to chain 1 and work a double crochet into the top of these turning chains, these chains here. So find the top of the stitch. You can rotate it around, it's a bit easier to see. There's the top of the stitch, here's my chain. So you work just a normal double crochet, do not pull it up tall or long, we're just working a standard stitch into this top chain, and if you want to change color, this is the stitch to do it in. So I'm just working my double crochet as normal. I'm not pulling it up tall, just completing it, and then if you wanted to change color, this is the point at which to do it. So before you complete your stitch with that final yarn over, you want to bring in your next color, leaving a long tail for weaving in, and pull that through to finish your stitch. And you can trim off the old color. You can just leave it as it is, or you can tie a little knot if you want to make sure it's not going to come undone whilst you're working on it. Just gently, you don't want to distort your stitches. And the trickiest row, row 2, is done. It gets vastly easier from this point on.
Finding the right funding to help you grow your business can feel like a challenge. American Express Business Line of Credit offers flexible access to lines ranging from $2,000 to $250,000. Draw individual loans for your business as needed, up to your available line amount. You can choose from whatever loan term lengths you're offered. You can even take out multiple loans up to your available line amount. As you pay off each loan, your line replenishes. American Express Business Line of Credit.
Mr. President, put this on. Open the door.
My fellow Americans, God bless you and good luck.
What drew me to Paradise is first and foremost the show's creator, Dan Fogelman. He said he wrote something, I took a look at it, and I said, when do we start?
The president tells me you have children.
That's correct.
You're going to want to hear this.
What drew me to the role is the fact that it wasn't your typical portrayal of a president. You never seen Die Hard? We're going to have to remedy that.
Yes, sir.
What I love about Sinatra, she is such a layered character. Say it to my face. I want to see what it looks like when you have balls, sir.
Do you have fun playing it?
Very much so. I love playing Sinatra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fogelman likes a little turn. He likes a little twist. So as you read his scripts, and then you get to the end of it, I was like, all right, big dog, when's it coming?
I think there's going to be a lot of gasping. Loaded Wildcat!
The writer's room has been absolutely extraordinary.
It's a giant, big blockbuster. It's also this really intelligent, really thoughtful character piece as well.
The way that Dan has been able to mash those all into one compelling story is crazy.
Xavier, is a part of you happy that Cal is dead?
Sterling Brown has this amazing access to his emotions.
I promised her I would keep you safe. Julianne Nicholson takes my breath away.
You're protected by me.
Watching her act, I have to remind myself, like, oh, you should act now.
I'll take it all away. God forgive me.
James Marsden is an easy dude to vibe with.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, James. And his performance is wonderful.
I led as big a life as a man can live.
I would say our show is part thriller, a little romance, whodunit, cover all the bases.
And I think it looks absolutely extraordinary.
So for row 3 is the pattern repeat row. All that means is we're going to repeat row 3 over and over and over again until the project is the length you want it to be, and you want to do that final squaring off row to fill in these little chain spaces. So for row 3, we're going to chain 2, 1, 2, and turn. Now we're going to be working these spiked double crochet stitches, but instead of working into skip chains, we're going to be working into the top of the double crochet from 2 rows below. So it's white row here. We're working into the top of the stitches themselves. So if you look, you'll spot the V of the top of your double crochet stitch. You can see it here, here. So we're working under these 2 loops of the double crochet stitch. And we're going to be working these spiked double crochets into them. So yarn over, find the chain 1 space and the stitch directly below it. And work your spiked double crochet into that. So I'm going through both loops of the stitch coming out at the back of the work, sandwiching everything in, draw that yarn through, and then pull it up, just like you did with the yellow row, and complete your double crochet. So we're filling in these little gaps. Then chain 1, skip the stitch, find the chain 1 space, and then find the stitch directly below it. You see it here? And we work our double crochet, our spiked double crochet into that. So I'm putting my hook underneath both loops of the stitch. I'm coming out at the back of the work, catch that yarn, bring it through and bring it up. Then complete your double crochet. Chain 1, skip the stitch, find the chain 1 space and the stitch directly below it and work your spiked double crochet into that. Chain 1, skip the stitch, find the chain 1 space and the stitch below it and work into that. Do this all the way along until you have run out of these chain 1 spaces to work your spiked double crochet stitches into. Once you have worked your last spiked double crochet stitch into that last obvious chain 1 space, we're going to chain 1, skip the next stitch, find the top of your 2 chains that you make, your turning chain, and we're going to work a normal double crochet stitch without lifting it up nice and tall into the top of that chain 2 from the row below to finish. If you're changing colour again, this is the stitch in which to do it. If you drop the colour you're working with, bring in your new colour, leave a nice long tail for weaving in, and draw it through.
With Pro Plan Sport, incredible happens here. But it starts here. Pro Plan Sport, advanced nutrition for strength and stamina.
Like your period, you can't fast forward this ad, but you can speed up absorption. Now 3 times faster with Always Ultra Thin.
Then you can trim off the old colour, tie a little knot, and then we repeat row 3 again. So a really quick recap of row 3. This is the row you are just going to repeat over and over and over again. You're going to chain 2, turn your work, find the chain 1 space and the stitch below it. That is the stitch we work our spiked double crochets into. So reach right down into the top of that stitch and work your spiked double crochet. Chain 1, skip the stitch, find the chain 1 space and the stitch below it is the stitch that we work into. So work your spiked double crochet in there. Chain 1, skip the stitch, find the stitch below the chain 1 space to work your spiked double crochet into. We work this sequence of chain 1 followed by a spiked double crochet stitch into the stitch below the chain 1 space all the way along, filling in all of these chain 1 spaces. Once you've worked your last spiked double crochet into that last chain 1 space, chain 1, skip a stitch, you'll be left with your 2 chains, your turning chains, and work a double crochet into the top, just a normal double crochet. If you wanted to change colour, this is the stitch to change colour in, or just complete your stitch as normal. Then you would begin again. Chain 2, turn your work, find that stitch below the chain 1 space to work your double crochet, your spiked double crochet into, chain 1, find the next space and the stitch below it and work your next spiked double crochet. You work that all the way along until you have run out of the chain 1 spaces and the stitches to work into, and you'll be right over at the other side of your work. Once you get to the other side and you have run out of these chain 1 spaces and stitches below to work into, you chain 1, skip a stitch, find the top of those 2 chains, your turning chains, and work a normal double crochet in there to finish the row. Keep repeating this same row over and over again until the project is the length you want it to be, and then I will show you how to finish off with filling in these little gaps so you're not left with little holes at the top of your work. So once your project is the length that you want it to be and you're left with these little gaps along the top, there is one final row we can do to fill this in without adding too much extra height to your project. So I've changed colour in my last double crochet here just so you can clearly see what I'm doing, and for this very final fill-in row we're going to chain 1 and turn our work. Now into the top of that double crochet where we just changed colour, work 1 single crochet. We're working a single crochet into the top of the double crochet stitch. Then we're going to work our spiked double into the stitch below the chain 1 space. So I'm going to reach down just as we have been doing and work my spiked double crochet. Then do not chain 1, instead work a single crochet into the top of the double crochet stitch right next to you. Then work your spiked double into the stitch below your chain 1 space. So reach down and work your spiked double crochet. Then single crochet into the top of the double crochet stitch. And you can see we're filling in this mesh that we create with the chain 1 spaces without adding too much height. It gives us a nice straight edge. We're going to work this all the way along. We're going to work a spiked double crochet into the stitch below the chain 1 space to fill that in. Then work a single crochet into the top of the double crochet stitch from the row below. So we're working into the top of the stitches and into the stitches below the chain 1 space. So work this all the way along. Spiked double crochet into the stitch below the chain 1 space, then single crochet into the top of the double crochet. So we're reaching down to fill in the gap, then working 1 single crochet. Once you've finished your last double crochet spike stitch in that last chain 1 space, we'll have 2 stitches here. We have the top of the double crochet, so work a single crochet into there, and you'll have your 2 chains, your turning chain, work a single crochet into the top of those 2. Then to finish, you're going to chain 1, cut your yarn, leaving a long end for weaving in, pull that up, out, pull it tight, and your mini interlocking block stitch project will be complete. Now if you've been changing colour, you will be left with all these ends. Don't panic, watch this video next so that I can show you the best way for tackling those. So until next time, happy crocheting! Bye!
Cesar Millan's #1 dog longevity tip.
You want your dog to live the longest time? The biggest thing you can do for your dog's longevity is to make sure they don't get fat.
Today I'm going to be showing you how to crochet this beautiful stitch. It has this fantastic texture on the front and the back is nice and flat. It's a very easy 2-row repeat which works up quite quickly. It looks absolutely beautiful in a variegated yarn as I have used for my sample here, but looks equally fantastic in a plain solid colour as well. To begin, pop a slip knot onto your hook. Now the pattern multiple for this stitch is nice and simple, it's just 2. So all that means is you're going to chain in multiples of 2, 2, 2 until your project is the width that you want it to be. Once you have your chains, for the very first row it's just a setup row and we're going to start by working into the second chain from our hooks. This loop on your hook does not count as anything, you only want to count these fully formed chains hanging down below. So 1, 2, and into that second chain we're going to work a single crochet. Then single crochet into every single chain all the way along this row. Row 2 is the first of the 2 pattern repeat rows, and we're going to start by chaining 1 and turning our work. Now that chain 1 does not count as anything, so we can ignore it completely, and you want to find the single crochet where you just chained from and work 1 single crochet into the top of that stitch. Now rotate your work slightly so you can see the V's, these little loops of the top of your stitches from the row below. We have a back loop and a front loop. This is the front loop, and this is the back loop. Now normally, and like we just did in that first stitch, we work under both loops of the stitch. However, for this row, we're going to be working into the front loop only. So you only want to pick up the front loop of these V's, so the loop that is facing you as you're working. And we're going to work single crochets into the front loop only for all the stitches in this row, apart from the very last one. So under the front loop only, work your single crochets. Front loop only, single crochet. Work your single crochets into the front loop only, this loop that is the one you can see when you are working. We're leaving that back loop unworked, which leaves this little ridge along the front. Keep doing this until you have 1 stitch remaining. So I've worked my way across, working single crochets into the front loop only, and I have 1 stitch remaining. Into this very last stitch, working under both loops, work a single crochet. So we start with a single crochet, worked under both loops, then single crochet into the front loop only until that last stitch where we work the final single crochet under both loops. For row 3 is the second of these 2 repeat rows. So we're going to chain 1, which again does not count as anything, and turn our work. Now into that same single crochet that we just chained from, working under both loops, work a single crochet. You will work a single crochet under both loops of the stitch below at the start of every single row. Now we're going to be working into these unworked loops. So these little ridges, these are the loops, the back loops of the stitches where we worked our single crochet stitches into. So we're working into the unworked loop of the stitch 2 rows down. This is the row we just made. This is the row we're working into. So these little loops here. So into this exposed front loop, you'll see you don't have one for the first stitch. It should be nice and flat. So you want to find that first ridge, which will be 2 stitches across, 1, 2, and into that unworked loop is where we're going to work a double crochet 2 together. So we're going to yarn over, pick up that loop, so you'll just have the 1 loop on your hook, yarn over, and pull through. You have 3 loops on your hook, yarn over, pull through 2, and then stop. We're not going to complete that double crochet stitch. Instead, we're going to start a second one. So yarn over, go back underneath that front loop again, yarn over, pull the yarn back through, yarn over, and pull through 2 loops only. Then stop. You'll have 2 half finished double crochet stitches hanging from your hook and 3 loops on your hook. To complete this double crochet 2 together, you're going to yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. Then into the next stitch, working under both loops of the stitch on the row immediately below you. So we're not reaching down into that second row, we're just working into the top of the next stitch of the row below. Work 1 single crochet under both loops. You'll be leaving the stitch behind your double crochet 2 together, left unworked. We're going to work another double crochet 2 together into the front loop. Ignore this one because we have just worked a single crochet above it. So find the next stitch and the front loop below it. And again, we yarn over, find the next stitch, find the loop below it, working under that free edge, pop your hook, yarn over, drop a loop, 3 loops on your hook, yarn over, pull through 2, and then stop. Then begin again, yarn over, go underneath that same loop, yarn over, come back through, yarn over, pull through 2, stop. When you have 2 half finished double crochets hanging from your hook and 3 loops on your hook, bring them together, by yarning over and pulling through all 3 loops. Then into the next stitch, work a single crochet under both loops. Again, double crochet 2 together into that exposed loop below the next stitch. So we're always skipping one of these little loops. So skip one into the next, work a double crochet 2 together. Then single crochet under both loops of the next stitch. We're going to work this all the way along until we have run out of these little ridged unworked loops to work into. Double crochet 2 together into that exposed front loop below the next stitch. Then single crochet under both loops of the following stitch. So we're going to be repeating rows 2 and 3 over and over until your project is the length that you want it to be. I'll recap those rows a couple of times for you, so don't panic, I'm not leaving immediately. So to recap, row 2, we chain 1, turn our work, and work a single crochet under both loops of that first stitch. Then we work into the front loop only of all the stitches until you get to the very last one. And into the front loops only of the next stitches, we work a single crochet. So I'm just picking up that front loop only and working a single crochet. Your very last single crochet of the row will be worked under both loops. So for my very last single crochet of the row, work under both loops. Then to repeat row 3, we chain 1, turn our work, and into that very first stitch, work a single crochet under both loops. Now we're going to be working into these unworked loops again. However, this time round, they're a bit more easy to spot. So we're going to be working our double crochet 2 togethers into the top of the exposed loop at the top of the double crochet 2 together from the row 2 rows below. So we're going to work our double crochet 2 together underneath that exposed loop, sitting right on top of the double crochet 2 togethers from the rows further down, so 2 rows down. And we're going to work our new double crochet 2 together stitches. Then single crochet under both loops of the next stitch directly next to you. So we work our double crochet 2 togethers down into the top of the double crochet 2 togethers from the row 2 rows below, and we work our single crochets into the stitch just on the row below. So we're working into a row 2 below and then 1 below, 2 below, 1 below. So we'll always be skipping one of these loops in the front. So we skip this one and we work into the next. Double crochet 2 together into that front loop. Then single crochet into the next stitch. So your double crochet 2 togethers will be stacking on top of each other. Work this all the way along until you run out of these double crochet 2 together loops to work into. So I'm working my last double crochet 2 together to the top of the last double crochet 2 together on the row 2 rows below, and to end with a single crochet under both loops of that last stitch. Now I'm going to change colour in this stitch, so when we do the next recap of those 2 rows, you'll be able to spot really clearly where I am working in case you still had any slight confusion at this stage. So to change colour, I'm not going to complete the final yarn over and pull through 2 to finish my single crochet. Instead, I'm going to bring in my new colour. I'm going to loop it, leaving nice long tail for weaving in, over my hook and pull it through those 2 loops to complete my single crochet. I'm then going to trim off the yellow because I'm done with that colour. And we can do a really quick recap of rows 2 and 3 one more time. So we're going to chain 1, turn our work a single crochet under both loops of that very first stitch, and then working into the front loop only of all the stitches apart from the very last one, front loop only, working a single crochet. Into that very last stitch of this row, we work our final single crochet under both loops. This is my final single crochet, and I'm working it under both loops of that stitch. Then for the second row of this 2 row repeat pattern, we chain 1, turn our work, chain 1 does not count, and work that first single crochet under both loops of that first stitch. Now you can see here my yellow exposed unworked loops, that little ridge. Then into the top, we double crochet 2 together from the row 2 rows below into that unworked loop. We work our new double crochet 2 together. Then in the next stitch, working under both loops, work a single crochet. Then into the top of the next double crochet 2 together on that row 2 rows back, we work a new one into that unworked loop. Then into the next stitch, work a single crochet. So we're leaving 1 stitch unworked behind the double crochet 2 togethers. So repeat this all the way across the row until you've run out of double crochet 2 togethers to work into the top of. Always picking up that unworked loop to work our new double crochet 2 togethers into. Then into the very last stitch of the row, once we have run out of these double crochet 2 togethers to work into, we end with a single crochet under both loops of that last stitch. So you would keep repeating those 2 rows over and over again until your project is the length that you want it to be. Once you have made your very final stitch and your project is complete to finish, you're simply going to chain 1, cut your yarn, leaving a nice long tail for weaving in, pull that through, up, tight, and you're done. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Please do let me know what you think of this stitch down in the comments. And until next time, happy crocheting. Bye! Today I'm going to be showing you how to crochet these really fun spiral granny squares. Now they look amazing when worked in 2 colours, like my black and white ones here, but they look equally fantastic when using 4 different colours. Now this granny square lies completely flat, so we can avoid the puckering in the middle that some spiral grannies get just by a few slight tweaks with the stitches that we start with. I'll take you through step by step exactly how you make these granny squares. So let's jump straight on in. For my spiral granny, I used 2 colours, black and white. Now I actually used 4 balls of yarn. So I had 2 balls of black yarn and 2 balls of white yarn to make this. Now for your very first spiral granny, I would advise using 4 separate colours. That way you can see how the spiral is constructed without getting confused just using 2 colours. Once you have got your practice spiral granny out of the way, it makes the 2-coloured spiral vastly easier. So have all 4 colours ready and available. To begin the first round, we're going to make a magic ring, and then we're going to chain 1, which does not count as a stitch. Then using the pink into the magic ring, we're going to work a single crochet, a half double crochet, and then a double crochet. Then lift up a really long tall loop and take your hook out. Get the next colour, for me that is going to be yellow, and pop a slip knot onto your hook. Now pick your magic ring back up, and we're going to work a standing single crochet into the magic ring. So here is a double crochet that I made in pink. Right next to that, pop your hook into the magic ring and draw up a loop. You'll have 2 loops on your hook. Yarn over, draw through both those loops, and you have just created a single crochet stitch. Then in yellow, work a half double crochet stitch, work a double crochet stitch, and just as we did with the pink, lift up a long loop, take your hook out, and place it down. Get your next colour, for me, that is blue, and we're going to do the exact same thing again. Pop a slip knot onto your hook, pick your magic ring back up, and after the last yellow stitch, insert your hook into the magic ring and draw up a loop. 2 loops on your hook, yarn over, pull through both of them, and you've just made a standing single crochet. And put the tail of that towards the back, just so it's not in your way. And into the magic ring, in blue, work a half double crochet and a double crochet. Lift up a long loop, take your hook out, place that down, and grab your last colour. For me, that is white, and do the exact same thing again. Slip knot onto your hook. After that blue stitch, into the magic ring, insert your hook, draw up a loop, 2 loops on your hook, yarn over, pull through 2, standing single crochet made. Then work a half double crochet, a double crochet, lift that loop up nice and long, and your first round is complete. Now before we go any further, we can pull the magic ring closed a little bit, but you don't need to worry too much at this stage. We'll close it fully once we have finished the spiral. For round 2, we're going to start with our pink. This was the very first colour we started round 1 with, and now we're going to start round 2 with it. So pop your hook back into that long loop and pull it back down. Now we're going to work into these 3 yellow stitches. Into the single crochet, the yellow single crochet, we're going to work 2 half double crochets. Now when you make your first one, you want the yarn over to be in front of the slip knot you made for that standing stitch. That's 1 half double crochet, and work a second one into that same stitch. Then into the next stitch, so into the top of the yellow half double crochet, we're going to work 2 double crochet stitches into the same stitch. 1, 2. Now we reach this yellow double crochet with the stretched loop. Pull the loop out of the way, so I'm pulling it a bit taut and out of the way, and into this very last yellow stitch, we work 2 double crochet stitches. 1, 2. So you can see I'm holding the loop of the yellow stitch just out of the way. Then lift up a long loop, take your hook out, and put the yellow loop back on and pull it down tight. We're going to repeat those last 3 steps into the blue. So into this blue single crochet, we work 2 half double crochets. Remember to have your yarn in front of the slip knot. So a half double crochet and another half double crochet into that single crochet stitch. Hold that loop out of the way if it's getting befuddling. Got 2 more stitches into both of those work 2 double crochet stitches. That's 1, 2, and then into that last one, 2 double crochets. 1 and 2. Lift the loop up, take your hook out, put your hook back into the blue loop, and pull it down snug. Now we're going to do the same again, work into these white stitches. So 2 half double crochets into that white single crochet. 1, 2, 2 double crochets into the next stitch. 1, 2, and then 2 double crochets into that very last white stitch. 1 and 2. Then we're going to lift up the loop, take the hook out, put the white back, pull it down snug, and we're going to work into these pink stitches. Now, into the single crochet, work 2 half double crochets. 1, 2. Then into the next stitch, 2 double crochets. 1, 2. Then into the next stitch, 2 double crochets. 1, 2. Lift that loop up, and round 2 is complete. Now if you're getting a bit tangled here at the back, rotate around to untwist those yarn strands. So we've worked 1, 2, 3, 4 sections in round 2. Now we start round 3 with the pink again. So put the pink back onto your hook, and we begin round 3. For round 3, we're going to work our stitches over 6 stitches. So there's 6 yellow stitches, 6 blue stitches, 6 white stitches, and 6 pink stitches. That's how many stitches we're going to work into for round 3. Watch yourself when you do this very last section, because as we start the round, we increase the visual of how many pink there are. So please pay attention to the count for each section, and so you don't accidentally continue working around. So for round 3, we're going to work 1 double crochet into the next stitch. Then into the stitch after that, we're going to work 2, so an increase. 2 double crochets into the same stitch. 1, 2. Then we're going to repeat that 2 more times. 1 double crochet in the next stitch, 2 double crochets, increase. An increase simply means 2 double crochets in the same stitch, and then again double crochet followed by an increase. So 2 double crochets in that very last yellow stitch. So we have just worked over 6 stitches. Double crochet, increase, double crochet, increase, double crochet, increase. Lift your hook up, take it out, and put the yellow back on. We're going to do the exact same thing into these 6 blue stitches. Double crochet in one, 2 double crochets in the next, increase in the next, 1, 2. Repeat that 2 more times. Double crochet in the next stitch, 2 double crochets in the stitch after that, 1 and 2. Then one more time, 1 double crochet followed by 2 double crochets. Loop up, hook out, blue on, and pull that back down taut. Same again, double crochet in the first stitch, 2 double crochets in the next. Double crochet in the next stitch, 2 double crochets in the one after that. Then one more time in those last 2 stitches, 1 double crochet, followed by 2 double crochets into the last one. loop up, hook out. Put the white back onto your hook and pull it down snug. Now the white always signals the end of the round. And because we start with the pink, we have more stitches because this is where we started the round. So be careful to just work into 6 stitches only. Don't keep going around all the pink. Into the first stitch, 1 double crochet. Into the next stitch, 2 double crochets. Then repeat that just 2 more times. 1 double crochet, followed by 2 double crochets. Then one more time, 1 double crochet, followed by 2 double crochets. You worked over 6 stitches. Now stop. Do not continue into the remaining pink stitches. The third round is complete. So lift your hook up, drop the loop, and we're going to return back round to the pink. The pink is always the start. Again, if you've got tangled, just spin it around until all your threads lie neatly back in place. For round 4 is the last of these spiral rounds. So pop the pink back onto your hook. And this time we're going to be working over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stitches. Into the first stitch, work 1 double crochet. Work 1 double crochet into the next. 1 followed by 1. Then into the third stitch, work 2 double crochets. So an increase. 1, 2. So the pattern for this 4th round is double crochet, increase. So we're going to repeat that last little section 2 more times. 1 double crochet, followed by 1 double crochet, followed by an increase, which is 2 double crochets in the same stitch. 1 and 2. 1, 1, 2. Then into these last 3 stitches, we repeat that again. 1 double crochet, 1 double crochet, 2 double crochets. 1 and 2. Loop up, hook out, the yellow back onto your hook and pull it down taut. We're going to repeat this again. 1 double crochet, 1 double crochet, 2 double crochets. Two more times. 1, 1, then 2 stitches into the same place. Again, into these last 3 blue stitches, work 1 double crochet, 1 double crochet, and in that very last stitch, we work 2. 1 and 2. Loop up, hook out, blue, back on your hook, pull it down taut, and now we're going to be working over the white stitches. So 1 double crochet in one stitch, 1 double crochet in the next stitch, followed by 2 double crochets in that next stitch. 1, 1, 2. Repeat that 2 more times. 1, 1, 2. Then over the last 3 stitches, the same again. 1 double crochet, followed by another double crochet just on its own in the next stitch, and end with 2 double crochets into that last white stitch. 1 and 2. Loop up, hook out, put the white back on, and pull it down. Now for the end of this round, we're only working over the next 9 stitches, not all of them. This is where you can go really wrong at the end here. We're only working over 9 stitches, not all of the pink stitches. So we're going to work 1 double crochet. In the next stitch, 1 double crochet. In the stitch after that, 2 double crochets. 2 more times. 1 double crochet, 1 double crochet, 2 double crochets. One more time. 1 double crochet, 1 double crochet into the next stitch, and end with 2 double crochets. Leave the rest of the pink stitches unworked, loop up, hook out, untwist if you need to at the back. Oh, I untwisted too far, there we go. So everything is nice and separate at the back here. And that was the end of round 4. Here is how you should be looking. And for round 5, we're going to begin squaring off. So again, because we start with a pink every single round, we're going to start with a pink again, put the loop back on your hook and pull it down taut. Now in the next stitch, we're going to work a treble. So yarn over twice before you begin the stitch. Then go into the stitch and draw up a loop. You'll have 4 loops on your hook. Yarn over, draw through 2, yarn over, draw through 2, and then yarn over and draw through those final 2. It's a very tall stitch. Into the next stitch, we're going to work that again. So another treble, so yarn over twice before you begin the stitch. Into the stitch and draw up a loop, 4 loops on your hook, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, and yarn over and pull through those final 2. Now chain 1, and into the next stitch, we're going to work another treble. So yarn over twice, go into the stitch, 4 loops, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2. Then into the next stitch, we're going to work 1 more treble. So yarn over twice, into the stitch, draw up a loop, you've got your 4 loops, then work them off 2 at a time. Treble, treble, chain 1, treble, treble. Now in the next stitch, work a double crochet. In the stitch after that, work a half double crochet. In the stitch after that, work a single crochet. And then in this very last stitch, we're going to work a slip stitch, but keep it quite loose. Then cut your yarn, leaving a long tail for weaving in, and gently, because we don't want to pull this slip stitch too tight, gently lift that yarn tail up and out. So you've got a nice loose slip stitch that matches the tops of the other stitches. If you pull that too tight, you're going to shrink this down, and it's going to be a nightmare to work into on the next round. So that's the pink done away with. We're down to just 3 strands attached. Moving on to the yellow, pop that colour back onto your hook, and we're going to repeat that same sequence again. Treble crochet in the next stitch, treble crochet in the next, chain 1, treble into the next stitch, treble into the stitch after that, then double crochet into the next stitch, half double crochet into the stitch after that, single crochet in the next stitch, and then a loose slip stitch into that final stitch. Cut your yarn and gently pull that tail out so you don't crunch up this slip stitch. Then moving on to the blue, so your third colour, put it back onto your hook and pull it down nice and snug. I'm going to repeat the same thing again. Treble in the next stitch, treble into the stitch after that, chain 1, then treble into the next stitch, and treble into the stitch after that. Then double crochet in the next stitch, half double crochet in the stitch after that, then single crochet in the next stitch, and loosely slip stitch into the next. Cut your yarn, leaving a long tail to weave in, and gently pull it up and out. Then we only have 1 colour remaining, so your 4th colour will still be attached, and we're going to repeat that 1 more time. Treble into your next stitch, treble into the stitch after that. Chain 1, treble into the next stitch, and treble into the stitch after that. Then double crochet, half double crochet, single crochet, and loose slip stitch. Cut your yarn and gently pull that out. So the next 2 rounds are these thicker border squaring off rounds. So you want to decide which colour you're going to use for this thicker border around your square. So you can clearly see what I'm doing. I'm going to finish my last 2 rounds using yellow. So with your chosen colour, pop a slip knot onto your hook and choose any of these chain 1 spaces in between your trebles that you made. Any one of these chain 1 spaces. I'm just going to go ahead and pick this blue one. And into that chain 1 space, we're going to work a standing single crochet stitch. So just insert your hook into the chain 1 gap, pull up a loop. You'll have 2 loops on your hook. Yarn over, pull through both loops, and you have made a standing single crochet stitch. Now chain 2, 1, 2, and working back into that chain 1 space, work 1 more single crochet. This forms your corner. Now working along the side, you have 6 stitches in blue. You've got a treble, a double, a half double, single, and your slip stitch. We're going to work into each of those first 6 stitches. We're just working with single crochets for this round. So if you have covered up the top of that treble with your stitches in the corner, scooch them around a little bit, work a single crochet into the top of the treble, into the top of the next treble, into the top of the double, into the top of the half double, into the top of the single, and then we're going to work into the slip stitch. Now take the tail from your slip stitch and pull it away in this direction, and you'll clearly see that little gap underneath it. That's where we're going to work a single crochet under the slip stitch. So we have worked 6 single crochets along the side. Now we're going to work our next single crochet into the top of this stitch that you slip stitched into. So working back down into the next colour below, where you slip stitched, work a single crochet in there too. Now you can carry this coloured yarn from your slip stitch tail along the back of the work, and we have 6 more stitches left on the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, before we reach the next chain 1 space. I'm going to work a single crochet into the remaining 6 stitches, and I'm also crocheting over this tail at the back. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So you worked into 6 stitches, including the slip stitch, then into the same spot as the slip stitch, and then 6 more stitches after that. So we have 13 single crochet stitches along the sides. Then when you get to your chain 1 space, work 1 single crochet, chain 2, and 1 more single crochet back into that same chain 1 space. I'm going to drop this blue tail that I've just crocheted over at the back, so I have enough to weave back in the opposite direction at the end. So working along the second side, we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to work into the tops of these 6 white stitches, then into the same stitch as your slip stitch, and then the remaining 6 stitches again. So you're going to work 13 single crochets. The first 5 are really easy to spot. So in the top of the treble, in the top of the next treble, in the top of the double, in the top of the half double crochet, and in the top of the single crochet. Then we need to find our slip stitch. Here, the 2 loops, work a single crochet under the slip stitch. That's your first 6 stitches done. Then work a single crochet into the same stitch that slip stitch has been made. So work down and into that slip stitch. That's where you work your 7th single crochet. Now we have just 6 more to work into, so 6 single crochets to complete this side. Then you'll be at your chain 1 corner space where we form a new corner. So 1 single crochet, chain 2, and 1 single crochet. We're going to repeat this again, working along the next side. We're going to single crochet into the top of the 6 pink stitches, which includes your slip stitch. Work your 7th single crochet into the same stitch as your slip stitch, and then work a single crochet into the remaining 6 stitches until you hit your chain 1 space. Once you get to your chain 1 space, we're going to work 1 single crochet, chain 2, and 1 more single crochet. Then we have just 1 more side to go, so we're going to do the same thing again, working 13 single crochets along the side. Then we will be right back to the very beginning. So here is our standing single crochet of that round. So to end, we're going to slip stitch, bring your yarn over in front of the slip knot of that standing stitch. And that is round 6 complete. For round 7, this will be your final round. We're going to chain 1, which does not count as a stitch, and work a half double crochet into that same stitch. Then you will be immediately at your chain 2 corner space. Into your chain 2 corner space, we're going to work 2 half double crochets, 1, 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 half double crochets, all into the same chain 2 space. That forms your new corner. Now you will have 15 single crochets to work into along the side. So work 1 half double crochet into each of those 15 single crochets from the round below. Then, when you reach your chain 2 corner space, form a new corner. So 2 half double crochets, chain 2, and 2 half double crochets, all into the same chain 2 space. Then again, work 1 half double crochet into the top of each of your 15 from the row below. In your chain 2 corner space, 2 half double crochet, chain 2, 2 half double crochets all into the same spot, and then work 1 half double crochet into each of the 15 single crochets along the side. Then we're at our final chain 2 corner space here. And for this final side, we already have 1 half double crochet that we worked right at the beginning. So half double crochet in the next 14 stitches only. Once you have created your 14th half double crochet, to finish this round, we're going to find the top of the half double crochet you started with. So ignore the slip stitch, ignore the chain 1, and we're going to slip stitch into the top of that actual stitch. Then chain 1, cut your yarn, leaving a long length to weave in, pull pull that up, out and tight. And then we can actually close up the magic ring at the back. So you're looking for a pink tail. Pink is the colour we started with, so that will be the colour of your magic ring. And you can go ahead and pull that closed. So we've closed it up in the centre. Now you can go ahead and pull your spiral granny, just pull it into shape a little bit, especially if it's your first one and you've been concentrating on your tension. It might be a little bit wobbly. Don't worry, it does square off nicely and flatten out. And your spiral granny square is complete. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. I hope you've now got the basics of how to do the spiral so that you can now mix it up and do just 2 colours. The effect of 4 colours versus 2 colours is quite different, but it's exactly the same pattern. So have fun spiraling your grannies, and until next time, happy crocheting. Bye! Today I'm going to be showing you how to crochet this gorgeous corner-to-corner moss stitch blanket. In this tutorial I'm going to show you how you crochet the corner-to-corner moss stitch for a rectangular blanket, and I'm also going to show you how to add this lovely moss stitch border afterwards to really finish off your project. I'm just going to take a moment to talk about the materials that I used for my personal blanket. However, you are free to use any yarn that you so wish. Just note, with the moss stitch, for the main corner-to-corner moss stitch itself, I advise going up 1 hook size from your chosen ball band's recommendation, and for the moss stitch border you want another hook size up again for the border itself, because this moss stitch border can be quite tight. So you're going to need 2 different hook sizes for this entire project. For my blanket on the table, I used Karen Cinnamon Swirl Cakes in the colour Tropical Breeze. For the border, I used Paintbox Simply Chunky in the colour White. Now I used a 6mm crochet hook for the main body of the blanket itself, and a 7mm crochet hook for the border. With a moss stitch border, it's always advisable to go up 1 hook size from the hook size you've been using for the main body of the blanket. You can also see I used the cinnamon swirl cakes in the border as well. To begin, pop a slip knot onto your hook. Then chain 3. 1, 2, 3. Now into that very first chain that you made, we're going to work a moss stitch. Now you can work into whichever part of the chain you find easiest. For me personally, when doing a corner-to-corner moss stitch, I find it's easier to work into the back bump, purely so I can identify these skip chains a bit better. So into that very first chain, we're going to work a single crochet. Now it might be handy for you to grab a stitch marker at this point. And what you want to identify is your single crochet that you just made, which is this little section here, and then your skipped chains, 1, 2. In between those, there is a tiny, tiny little gap. In that little gap, you want to pop your stitch marker. It's really easy to miss. You're not going to need a stitch marker for every single row. I find just right in the beginning, identifying that little tiny space in between your skipped chains and your single crochet is super helpful. For row 2, we're going to chain 3 and turn. Now into that space that we just marked, we're going to work an increase. Now an increase is single crochet, chain 1, and single crochet again into the same chain space. Get rid of our stitch marker now. So you'll have 3 chains, single crochet, chain 1, single crochet. Now that chain 1 in between these 2 single crochets can be tricky to spot, so just keep an eye on this. For row 3, we're going to chain 3, turn, and we need to find that first chain 1 space. Now the moss stitch is worked into the chain 1 spaces in between single crochets. Now when you have 1 to find, and it is in between those 2 single crochets that you just made. So on an increase, we do single crochet, chain 1, single crochet. So we need to find that little spot in between these single crochets to work our first single crochet. Now you can identify your single crochet by 2 legs here, that's 1 stitch, and 2 little legs here, that's your second stitch. So we're aiming in between those 2 stitches. So into that chain 1 space, there it is, work a single crochet. Now also be careful when you come through that you are not splitting your stitches. You want to clearly see your 2 legs of your single crochet here, 2 legs of single crochet here, and my hook hasn't accidentally gone through one of these gaps. So come through the chain 1 space and work a single crochet. Now chain 1, and we're immediately back over to this chain 3 gap. Into this chain 3 gap at the end, we work an increase. So single crochet, chain 1, single crochet, all into that same chain 3 gap. For row 4, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn. We need to identify that very first chain 1 space, which is in between these 2 single crochets of your increase. Into that chain 1 gap, the very first one, it's easy to miss, so this is the one we need to be looking for. In there, work a single crochet. Again, being careful not to split your stitches. Then chain 1, find the next chain 1 space. It is vastly easier to find because your 2 single crochets are further apart. So we've got the chain 1 space here, work the next single crochet in there. Then chain 1, and we're left with the chain 3 gap at the end where we work an increase. So single crochet, chain 1, single crochet. For row 5, chain 3, and turn. Work your first single crochet into the first chain 1 gap, which is in between these 2 tightly packed single crochets. So work your first single crochet in there. And now we can start to properly work the moss stitch. So chain 1, find your next chain 1 space, work a single crochet in there. Chain 1, find your next chain 1 space, work a single crochet in there. Chain 1, and then all we're left with is this chain 3 at the end where we work an increase. So into that chain 3 gap, single crochet, chain 1, single crochet. So you can see we are growing in a triangular shape with these increased rows. This is what will get you the width of your blanket. So we're going to keep repeating this last row. Chain 3, turn, find the first chain 1 space which will be in between that increase and work your first single crochet in there. Then chain 1, work a single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, work a single crochet into the next chain 1 space. We're going to work this all the way into every chain 1 space, chain 1, work a single crochet into the chain 1 space, chain 1, and then when you have run out of chain 1 spaces to work into and you only have this larger chain 3 at the end, we work an increase. So single crochet, chain 1, single crochet. One more time for a recap for this increased row that we're just going to keep repeating back and forth. Chain 3, turn your work. Find the first chain 1 space which is in the increase from the row below and work your first single crochet. Then chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space. Keep doing this until you have run out of chain 1 spaces to work into. Then chain 1 if you haven't already, and into this end chain 3 gap, work an increase. So single crochet, chain 1, single crochet all into the same spot. So we're going to keep working that last row back and forth until your blanket is the width that you want it to be along this short edge. So we're just going for width. So if you wanted a 60-inch wide blanket, keep repeating that last row until your short edge is 60 inches wide. I'm going to go ahead and just work up a couple more rows and then meet me back here when you have the correct width that you want for your blanket. So once you have the width that you require, we now need to work on making this triangle a rectangle. So we have one row to make as a setup row, and then the midsection, turning it rectangular, is a 2-row repeat. So for the setup row, we're going to chain 3 and turn, just as you have been doing. Going to work our first single crochet into that first chain 1 space, so in the increase, exactly as you have been doing. And then we're going to work chain 1, single crochet, all the way along your row, just as you have been doing. Now once we approach the other side, and you've worked your last single crochet into that last chain 1 space, you can chain 1, and now we're at the chain 3 space where we had been working our increases. Now we want to stop increasing on this side, so instead of working an increase, we are simply going to end this row with 2 single crochets into this chain 3 space. So single crochet, do not chain, single crochet. That is the one-off setup row that we only need to work once. Now for the midsection of the blanket, we're going to be doing a 2-row repeat, and that is so we can continue to grow the length on one side without adding any more width on this top side. So this top side will become our decreased side, whilst the long side will still increase on. So for the first row of this section, the first pattern repeated row, this is what we're going to do. I'll recap this a couple of times. We're going to chain 2 and turn. Now we work our moss stitch into the chain 1 spaces, and there is no chain 1 space in between these last 2 single crochets that we made, so we're going to skip over those entirely to find the first chain 1 space after them. And into that chain 1 space after them, that is where we work our first single crochet. So you have chained 2, skipped 2, and worked your first single crochet into the first chain 1 space. Now this is a decreased side, and you might want to just grab a stitch marker or a little snippet of yarn to mark this side of the work. I'm just going to pop a little scrap of yarn into my chain 2 space. That way I have a visual reminder of which is my decreased side. So this will always be my decreased side, which is the short side. Now continue to work your moss stitch as normal. So chain 1, single crochet in the next chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet in the next chain 1 space. Keep going all the way back up to the top. Now to end this row 1 of the midsection, I've worked my last single crochet into the last chain 1 space, chain 1 if you haven't already, and into the chain 3 space, which is at the end here, we're going to work an increase, because this is the side which will give us the length, so we need to keep increasing on this side whilst we decrease on this side. So into that chain 3 space at the end of this first row, we work an increase. So single crochet, chain 1, single crochet. For row 2 of these 2 repeat rows, we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn. Work your first single crochet into the first chain 1 space, which on this side, the increased side, is in between the 2 single crochets of your increase on the row below. So into there, into that chain 1 gap, in between those 2 quite tightly packed single crochets, work your first single crochet, just as you did for all these increased rows. Then we're going to chain 1, work a single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, work a single crochet into the next chain 1 space, all the way down. And as I'm on the decrease side, I'm going to work my last single crochet into the last chain 1 space, and then stop. All I have here is a chain 2 space, the decrease side that I marked with my yarn. Do not chain after your last single crochet into that chain 1 space, and we're just going to work 1 single crochet into this chain 2 space. So single crochet in the last chain 1 space, do not chain, single crochet into that chain 2 space. So these are the 2 rows that we're going to be repeating back and forth. So let's do a little quick recap, a recap of the first row of these 2 rows. We're on the decrease side, so we start by chaining 2, 1, 2. Turn your work and find the first chain 1 space to work into. Now we have just done 2 single crochets with no chain in between them, so skip over these first 2 stitches, find your first chain 1 space and work your single crochet into that. Then we're going to chain 1, single crochet into all the chain 1 spaces from the row below, all the way back along. So I'm working my last single crochet into my last chain 1 space. This is my decreased side over here, so So I know that this is my increase side. So to end this first row, we're going to chain 1, and into the chain 3 gap at the end, we work an increase because we are on the increase side. Then the second of these 2 repeat rows, we're going to chain 3, turn, find that first chain 1 space, which is in between these 2 single crochets that are tightly packed together because we've just done an increase. So in there, work your first single crochet, then chain 1, single crochet into all the chain 1 spaces along the row. As you approach the other side, work 1 single crochet into that last chain 1 space. Do not chain and end with 1 single crochet into the chain 2 space at the end. So you can see how we now are forming a short side on the decrease. Turn it this way, it might be a bit more clear. We've got a short side on the decrease and we have a long side on the increase. So this is the width of your blanket. This increase side is the length of your blanket. So you're going to repeat those 2 rows back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until your blanket is the length that you want it to be. I'm going to work that one more time, so I'm going to go back and then forth. So I'm on the decrease side, so I chain 2, skip over those first 2 stitches and work my first single crochet into the first chain 1 space, then work my moss stitch. I'm ending on an increase side, so I increase into that chain 3 gap. Then the second row, chain 3, turn, work a single crochet into that first chain 1 space which is hiding in that increase, and work my moss stitch back down to the decrease side. Because it's a decrease side, in that last chain 1 space, I work just 1 single crochet, do not chain, and end with a single crochet into the chain 2 space. So once your blanket is the width that you want it to be and the length that you want it to be, you should be ending on a short row side. So on this shorter side is where you end before we begin the decrease row, which will bring it back into a rectangular shape. Now, if your length is perfect on this longer side, you are going to have to just work 1 more row back down so you end on this decreased short side. So once you are ready, your blanket is the length you want it to be, the width you want it to be, you've ended on the short side, now we're ready to decrease. Now the decrease is just a 1 row repeat, so we're no longer doing a back and forth of 2 rows, we're just doing 1 row. So the decrease row is as follows. We're going to chain 2 and turn. We're going to skip these 2 single crochets because there is no chain 1 space in between them. We're going to find the first chain 1 space, so skip over those 2 single crochet and work your first single crochet into that first chain 1 space. Then we're going to single crochet, chain 1 into all the chain 1 spaces along this row. Now I've just worked my last single crochet into the last chain 1 space of this row, and because now we are decreasing on both sides, do not chain, and instead into this chain 3 gap at the end here, we're going to work just 1 single crochet. So we have 2 single crochets with no chain in between them. Now we repeat this row, chain 2, turn, find the first chain 1 space, so that is after these 2 single crochets, they do not have a chain in between them. So find the first chain 1 space and work your first single crochet in there, then chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, all the way down. These decrease rows go nice and quickly. So once you have worked your last single crochet into the last chain 1 space of the row, you've just got this chain 2 at the end, so into that chain 2 space you just work 1 single crochet. So you can see it starting to come back in. Now you're going to repeat this decrease row back and forth until you have just 2 single crochet remaining in your row. So keep going, chain 2, turn, skip the first 2 single crochet, find your first chain 1 space and work a single crochet into it. Then chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, and repeat that all the way along until you've run out of chain 1 spaces. Once you have worked your last single crochet into the last chain 1 space from the row below, you'll only have your chain 2 left. Into that chain 2 gap, work 1 single crochet. So keep going until you have just 2 single crochet remaining. So I have just worked chain 2, single crochet into the chain 1 space, and then a single crochet into the last chain 2 space. So I only have 2 single crochets remaining in this row. So for the very final row, we're going to chain 1, turn, skip those 2 single crochet, and into the chain 2 gap, work 1 single crochet. That is the last stitch of your entire rectangular blanket. So to finish off, we're going to chain 1, cut your yarn, leaving a nice long length to weave in. Pull that up and out, pull it tight, and the main body of your blanket is complete. We can also now remove the little decreased side marker. Could have done that ages ago. Now you can leave your blanket as is. I'm quite a fan of when a stitch creates quite a pretty pattern by itself. You can see it's got this quite sweet little eyelet all the way around, to just leave it. Sometimes blankets don't need border. However, if you did want to put a border on it, I'm going to show you how I worked this moss stitch border around. Now, if you are doing a moss stitch border, you want to go up a hook size from the hook size that you have been using for your blanket. I've been using a 6mm hook, so I'm going to go up to a 7mm hook. Now, a lot of this is down to personal tension. You may find you need to go up another hook size again. Trial and error is the best way to find out what your tension is like, but moss stitch will have a tendency to pull in and be a bit tighter. So if you find going up just 1 hook isn't enough, you can go up to another hook size again. A little bit of experimentation is required for a moss stitch border. So I'm going to do away with my 6mm hook. Thank you, hook, you have been very useful. And now I am back to my larger hook. So I'm going to grab my contrasting yarn and we're going to begin the moss stitch border. So for the first row of your moss stitch border, pop a slip knot onto your hook. And I'm going to create a standing single crochet. So this stitch where we have just cut our yarn, I'm going to pop my first single crochet into the top of that stitch. Now you can work it wherever you find easiest. This is a very forgiving border when it comes to first row placement of stitches. And I'm going to work mine into the top of this last single crochet that I made. So I'm just putting my hook straight in, draw a loop through. You'll have 2 loops on your hook. So I've got my slip knot and that loop I have just drawn up, then yarn over and draw through both loops. That creates my standing single crochet stitch. Now chain 2 and work a single crochet back into the exact same place where you worked that first one. This forms our first corner. Now we're going to be working the moss stitch around. Now on the sides it's nice and easy. We can see perfectly where we're going to place our stitches thanks to those little eyelets. So we're going to chain 1 and single crochet into the first gap. Nice and even, don't worry too much, just where it naturally wants to fall. Then chain 1, find your next sort of natural gap and pop a single crochet in there. Chain 1, single crochet. Now depending on your tension, the yarn you are using, your hook size, all of that jazz, you work these single crochets wherever they naturally fall. You don't want to be trying to straddle too far, because if it is too tight, it will pull in like this. Also, if you find that your stitches are ruffling, that means you have too many. So it's a sort of little bit of trial and error for this first row. What you're aiming for is stitches that just lie flat. So chain 1, single crochet into these chain gaps at the end of your row. So I'm not working into the single crochet rows, I'm working into these little chain spaces here. But as I say, you work into the bit that you find your stitches naturally fall into. I do hope that makes sense. So just working my way down the side, doing a moss stitch. And then we are going to reach this corner where we have 2 single crochets. There is no chain space on this corner, this first corner. So what I like to do is chain 1 if you haven't already. I like to pick up those 2 loops on the side. It's nice and clear on this chunky yarn here. And under those 2 loops, I'll work my new corner. So that's single crochet, chain 2, single crochet back into the exact same spot. So now we're going to be working along a short edge, and just as before, chain 1 and single crochet nice and evenly along. For me, that entails falling into these little chain spaces. If you need to add stitches for your tension, that's totally fine. Just working my way along with the moss stitch. And now I have reached the slip knot of the beginning of our blanket. So I'm going to chain 1, and instead of working into the slip knot, I like to work into the sort of gap right there. It's a little bit more sturdy. So I'm just going to work into this little gap rather than the actual slip knot itself. Create my single crochet, then chain 2 and single crochet back into the same spot to create a corner. So now we have worked along 2 sides. We're going to repeat the same thing. Come along this side, form a corner of single crochet, chain 2, single crochet, and then work our way back over here. Now a quick tip for you. At this point, just count how many single crochets you have made into this long side. So for me, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I know I need to create 10 along this side. I have just created 1. So I need 9 more. And that 9th one will fall on a corner. So this is a good way just to make sure you've got it even numbers wise. And in case you need to fudge anything or add an extra stitch or take away an extra stitch, just know the stitch count, ideally you want it to be the same. So that's 1, 2, 3. Let's find out if I can do this. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now I need a 9th and a 10th for it to be the same stitch count as this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So how I'm going to do this and tackle it is just like we did over on this side, working into the side of a stitch. I'm going to work into the side of this single crochet. You can see it's sort of naturally still part of the side, so I'm going to work 1 in here. This will be my 9th. Chain 1, and then my 10th, I'm going to go into this chain space. So I now have 10 single crochet on this side and 10 single crochet on that side. I'm going to do the same for my short edge. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 along the short edge. Now I've already got 1, the standing single crochet we made right in the beginning. So I need 6 more. Now I'm going to form a corner in the same place where I just worked my last single crochet. So I'm going to chain 2, work a single crochet in there. So now I already have 2 of the single crochets required. I need 7, so I've got to make 5 more of these. So I'm going to chain 1. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and I need 1 more. So I'm going to sort of vaguely force it in here. So it's quite forgiving, this stitch. So I'm just going to pop my last single crochet in there. Then I'm just going to double check I have got the right stitch count so they are matching. Okay, so now I have the same number of stitches on the sides and on the shorter edges. So to end this first slightly annoying, slightly tricky, slightly you might have to fudge it row, I'm going to chain 1 and then slip stitch to the top of that first standing single crochet that you made. I'm just slip stitching into that stitch and then slip stitch into the chain 2 space. Check you're lying flat and pull your corners out a little bit, make them a bit more noticeable. Now for row 2 onwards, it's vastly more simple. For rows 2 onwards of your moss stitch border, we're in the chain 2 space, we're going to chain 1, it does not count as a stitch, and into this chain 2 space we're going to form a new corner. So single crochet, chain 2, and single crochet back into that same chain 2 space. So we formed a new corner. Now we are simply working the moss stitch nice and easy, chain 1, single crochet into the chain 1 space below, chain 1, single crochet into the chain 1 space below. Just as you did on these diagonal rows, we're now going round and round. Chain 1, single crochet into the chain 1 spaces from the row below, chain 1. Work this along the sides of your blanket. And then when you hit your chain 2 space, form a new corner. So that's single crochet, chain 2, single crochet. So you can see it wants to pull in, which is why going up a hook size is always a good idea for a moss stitch border. And we have the straight moss stitch on the sides, and your corners are formed with single crochet, chain 2, single crochet. To finish each round of this moss stitch border, you'll chain 1, find that first single crochet that you made, slip stitch into the top of that one, and then slip stitch into the chain 2 space. Now for my personal border, I did 3 rounds in white, and then I switched to using the yarn that I made the blanket with. So if you would like to do that, all you need to do is to fasten off the white. We're going to chain 1, cut the yarn, leaving a nice long tail to weave in, and pull that up. Then grab your next colour. Once you have your next colour, we're going to do exactly what we did with the first round, which is create a standing single crochet. So I'm going to pop a slip knot onto my hook, and then I like to join into a different corner. Purely personal preference. There's no rhyme or reason to it. I just like to have it. I just feel it looks a little bit neater. So I'm going to join into any of these chain 2 spaces. My new colour, got my slip knot on my hook, just insert my hook in, drop a loop, 2 loops on my hook, yarn over, pull through 2. That's my first standing single crochet there. Then chain 2 and single crochet back into that same corner. So we create a new corner with a new colour, and then you can continue working your moss stitch around. Because I am only working 1 round in this different colour, to finish I'm simply going to slip stitch to that standing single crochet, and I'm not going to bother slip stitching into the chain 2 space. So I'm just going to chain 1, cut my yarn leaving an end to weave in, and pull it up and tight. Now how I finished the final row of my moss stitch border, I did something just ever so slightly different, and I'm going to show you that now. So for the very last row of my border, whether you are adding a new colour or you're carrying on with the existing colour as I did here, so I did 3 rows of white, 1 row of the cinnamon cake, and then 2 rows of white to finish. On that very last white row, I changed how I did my corners, so instead of chaining 2, I just chained 1 before putting my single crochet back in. So I just did straight moss stitch all the way round, with a chain 1 in the corners rather than a chain 2. I just found that for me personally, that neatened it off quite nicely and took away any sort of slight curving that you may have. Let's see if I can find a corner that's doing it. Here we go. Slightly curving round. The minute I just did 1, you can see it straightens it off beautifully. So for that final round, do not chain 2 in the corners, just chain 1. So once you have finished your very last stitch and your very last chain 1 of your moss stitch border, slip stitch to the top of the next single crochet. It will be the first one you made in the row. Chain 1, cut your yarn, leaving a nice long tail for weaving in, pull it tight, and then take a moment to just fold your corners into shape. Then all that's left to do is weave in your ends, and your blanket is complete. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Please do let me know what you think of this blanket down in the comments. And until next time, happy crocheting. Bye! Today I'm going to be showing you how to crochet a corner-to-corner moss stitch scarf. It's fully customizable. You can make this as wide or as long as you like. You can use literally any yarn you so wish. And in this video I'm going to show you how to crochet the scarf itself and how to add tassels at the very end for that finishing touch. Alright, let's leap straight on in. So when it comes to the corner-to-corner moss stitch, it can work up to be quite dense. So I tend to advise going up a hook size from your recommended hook size on the ball band of your yarn. For these first few rows as well, it might be handy just to have a stitch marker because it can be a little bit befuddling right in the beginning, but trust the process, it gets much easier as we get going. So leaving a nice long tail that we can incorporate into our tassels at the end of the scarf, pop a slip knot onto your hook. Now chain 3, 1, 2, 3. And we're going to work a single crochet into that very first chain. Now you can work into whichever part of the chain you find most comfortable. I'm going to work mine into this back bump purely because I find that that helps me spot these skipped chains a little bit easier. So into that very first chain you made, we're going to work one single crochet. Now before we go any further, grab a stitch marker and we're going to mark the gap in between your single crochet. So we have 2 legs of the single crochet here, and then we have these skipped chains. I pull that apart slightly, so that is all my single crochet here. It's a little bit tricky to see. There's my single crochet, top of the single crochet, then we have this tiny little gap here by these skipped chains. So single crochet, tiny gap, skipped chains. Pop a stitch marker into that tiny gap. So you can see this is the top of my single crochet, this is the top of one of those skipped chains, and I've marked that little tiny space in between the two. We're not going to need a stitch marker for every row, but just for this first one I find it super handy. So for row 2 we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then turn our work. Now into this tiny little chain space, so your skipped chains and your single crochet, into there we are going to work an increase. Now an increase is single crochet, chain 1, and single crochet back into that same chain space. It looks a mess now, trust the process. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Try to keep your yarn on your hook. Turn your work. And now we're going to be working the moss stitch, and for the moss stitch we work into the chain 1 space that falls in between your single crochets from the row below. So we have our increase here. So you just made single crochet, chain 1, single crochet. It can be a little bit tricky to spot, but these 2 loops here, that's the bottom of 1 single crochet, and these 2 loops here are the bottom of the 2nd single crochet. And in between them, pull those apart ever so gently, there is a tiny chain 1 gap. You spot it just there? This is the chain 1 space in between your 2 single crochets in the row below. So into that chain 1 space, we're going to work a single crochet, then chain 1. Now the next space we have in this 3rd row is your turning chain space, so the chain 3s from the row below. Into that end chain space, we're going to work an increase. And an increase, single crochet, chain 1, single crochet, back into that same spot. For row 4, trust the process, it gets easier, I promise. We're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, turn our work, find that very first chain 1 space. Now that very first chain 1 space is in the increase that we just made. So in between these 2 single crochets that are sitting quite tightly together. Into that chain 1 space, we're going to pop a single crochet. Now the other thing to watch for is that you're not splitting your stitches on the front. So my hook has neatly come through the chain 1 space, and I know it's okay because here are the 2 loops from 1 single crochet and the 2 loops from another single crochet. What you want to watch is that you don't accidentally come through and catch one of the legs, accidentally splitting that 2nd single crochet. So just be a little bit careful and make sure you are coming through chain 1 space only. So I'm going to work my single crochet into that chain 1 space of the increase, then chain 1, find the next chain 1 space. It's much easier to find, it's in between these slightly more spaced out single crochets, and work a single crochet. Chain 1 again, and now the last remaining space we have is this end turning chain. And into this chain 3 gap, we're going to work an increase. So single crochet, chain 1, single crochet into that exact same spot. Now again, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, turn your work. Find the very first chain 1 space. It is in between these 2 tightly packed together single crochets here. So it's in the increase, into that little tiny chain 1 space, work a single crochet. Then chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, and then the very last space we have is a slightly larger chain 3 turning chain space at the end here. Into this very last chain space we work an increase. So single crochet, chain 1, single crochet. This is how we get the width of our scarf. So this short edge here, where your tail is from your initial slip knot, we're working along until we have the scarf as wide as you would like it to be. So we're going to repeat this last row over and over until you have the width of the scarf that you want. So we chain 3, turn, work a single crochet into that very first chain 1 space. This is the one that's really easy to miss. Into that first chain 1 space, so in between your increase, work a single crochet. Be careful not to split the legs of your stitches on the other side. Then we work chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, and we keep doing this, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space until you have run out of chain 1 spaces to work into, and all you have left is this end larger chain space. So chain 1, and into that end space we work an increase, which is a single crochet, chain 1, single crochet. Keep working that last row until your scarf is the width that you want it to be. Once your scarf is the width that you want it to be, this is as wide as you want to take your scarf, now we're going to work on the length of the scarf. So how we do that is we will be increasing on one side, but not increasing on the other. So instead of going triangular, we're now going to bring it rectangular. That sounds way more complicated than it is. It's quite simple. We have one setup row to work before we begin the 2-row repeat for this middle section. And the middle section is working on the length without adding any more width. So your setup row, you have one row to work that is slightly different to all the others. So we're going to chain 3, just as you have been. 1, 2, 3. Turn your work, and just as you have been, we're going to work your first single crochet in between those 2 single crochets. Chain 1 space of your increase, and work your chain 1, single crochet, chain 1, single crochet, all the way down, working into your chain 1 spaces. Just the same as the row that you have been repeating over and over to get to the right width. We're just going to change how we finish this row so it sets you up nicely for going rectangular. So I'm working my way down, and just as before, you work your last single crochet to that last chain 1 space, and all you're left with is this larger end space where we've been increasing. Now, because we don't want to increase on one side, we're going to change how we end this setup row. So chain 1, if you haven't already, into this chain 3 space at the end of the row, we're not going to work an increase. Instead, we're going to work just 2 single crochets with no chain in between them. So 1 single crochet, do not chain 1, and just work a second single crochet. That is our setup row. So now we're ready to do a 2-row repeat to get this bad boy from being a triangle to a nice long rectangle. So for this middle section, it is a 2-row repeat. Now we're not increasing anymore on this side, but we will still be increasing over on this other side. So we're going to form a slightly shorter edge, which will be your decrease side, and then you'll keep this longer edge, which will be your increase side. It's formed over 2 rows, and the first row, so we're on the decrease side, we're going to chain 2, 1, 2, and then turn your work. Now we're going to skip these 2 single crochets entirely. There is no chain 1 space in between them, so we need to find the very first chain 1 space, which involves missing these entirely. So we're going to skip over these 2 single crochet that you just formed, find that first chain 1 space, and work a single crochet into that. Now if you want to mark this chain 2 space with a stitch marker, this will just remind you that this is your decrease side. Just going to pop a stitch marker in there, and I'm just going to leave it in there. So I'll know this is my decrease, the short side. Now we're going to work our moss stitch as normal, so chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space. We're going to work this all the way up So I've just worked a single crochet into this last chain 1 space, and because this is the increase side, we're not going to change how we end this row compared to these other rows. So just as before, we're going to chain 1, and into this end chain space, this larger one, we're going to work an increase. So single crochet, chain 1, single crochet. Now the second row of this 2-row repeat, again, nice and simple, we start how we started all these other increase rows. We're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, turn our work, find the first chain 1 space, which will be, because we're on an increase side, in between these 2 single crochets, your increase that you just made, work your first single crochet into that first chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, and to work this all the way along. Now as you approach your decrease side, it's the side where we have this stitch marker, you'll have a chain 2 space right at the very end, and your chain 1 space in between these last 2 single crochets. So I've stopped one before. I'm going to chain 1 and work my single crochet into that last chain 1 space. Now this is where the decrease side alters. Do not chain, and into this chain 2 at the end, just work 1 single crochet. No chain in between them. So on the decrease side, we do not chain 1 in between these last 2 single crochets. On the increase side, we do. On the decrease side, we do not. Now because my stitch marker is quite noisy and it bangs along the table, I'm going to switch it out for a little scrap of yarn. You don't have to listen to this infuriating noise. So I've just got a little tiny scrap of yarn, and I'm just going to tie it in so I know this is my decrease side. So we're going to be repeating those last 2 rows. We're going to recap them, so don't worry. When you're on the decrease side, chain 2, 1, 2, and turn. Now because we work the moss stitch into the chain 1 spaces, there is no chain 1 space in between these 2 single crochets on the decrease side. So we skip over those entirely and work your single crochet into the very first chain 1 space. So chain 2, skip your 2 single crochets and work your single crochet into the first chain 1 space. Then working along, chain 1, single crochet, chain 1, single crochet into your chain 1 spaces from the row below, all the way along. Then, as you have worked your last single crochet into the last chain 1 space, we are on the increase side. So we're going to chain 1 and work an increase. Then single crochet, chain 1, single crochet into that last chain space. Now the second row, for working back down again, we're on the increase side. So we continue as you did for all these other increase rows. We're going to chain 3, turn, find the first chain 1 space, which is in between the increase. We're on the increase side, there will be a chain 1 in between these 2 single crochets. So work your first single crochet into that first chain 1 space, and then we're going to work down towards the decrease. So we're going to chain 1, single crochet to all the chain 1 spaces, going all the way across. And as you approach this decrease side, you'll have a chain 1 space and a chain 2 space right at the very end here. So I'm going to chain 1, I'm going to work my single crochet into that last chain 1 space, and because we're on the decrease side, do not chain and just work 1 single crochet into this end chain 2 space. So we're going to continue to work these 2 rows back and forth to create the length. When we're on the short decrease side, chain 2, turn, skip those first 2 single crochets because there is no chain 1 in between them, and into the very first chain 1 space, skipping over those, is where we work our single crochet, chain 1 combination. I'm going to work all the way up. And because we are on an increase side, chain 1 if you haven't already, and into the end chain space, we work an increase, single crochet, chain 1, single crochet. Then chain 3, turn, work a single crochet into the first chain 1 space, which because we're on the increase side, will be in that increase. And we work the single crochet, chain 1, moss stitch, all the way back down. Once you have just your 1 chain 1 space and the chain 2 at the end, into chain 1 if you haven't already, work a single crochet into that last chain 1 space. Do not chain, and into the chain 2 space, just work 1 more single crochet. So you can see we're keeping the decrease side short, and the increase is growing the length. So we're going in this direction now in a nice rectangular fashion. So you're going to work those 2 rows back and forth until your scarf is the length that you want it to be. So go ahead, keep working those 2 rows until you have the correct length. Now, you'll be working these 2 rows over and over. So once you have the right length, you should end on this decrease short side. If you find that the length that you want and you've ended on an increase side, just work your way back down to this decrease side. So you want to end your final length on this shorter side. I'm going to work a couple more rows and then I will show you how to bring it back in again. The scarf is the length that you want it to be, and now we're going to bring this back in. So we're ready to start decreasing back down again. We've ended on the short decrease side. Now from this point on, it's a nice easy 1 row repeat. So we're going to chain 2, turn, and just as we've been doing all along this decrease side, we're going to skip these first 2 single crochet stitches. There is no chain 1 space in between these 2 stitches, so we skip them entirely, find the first chain 1 space and work our single crochet into that one. Then we're going to work our moss stitch, so the single crochet, chain 1 all the way up, and now as we reach this increase side, we no longer want to be increasing, because now we're going to have both sides being a decrease side. So into this last chain 1 space, work a single crochet, but do not chain 1. Instead, into this chain 3 space at the end here where we were doing our increases, we're just going to work 1 single crochet. So now we're going to repeat this decrease row over and over. Chain 2, turn your work, find the first chain 1 space. Now we've just worked 2 single crochets with no chain in between, so skip these first 2 stitches entirely, and into the chain 1 space, work your single crochet, and then we're going to chain 1 single crochet all the way down. As we approach this decrease side, we work 1 single crochet into that last chain 1 space, do not chain, and work a single crochet into this chain 2 turning space. Chain 2 and turn, skip those first 2 single crochets and work a single crochet into that very first chain 1 space, then chain 1 single crochet all the way back up, once you reach this other side, we have a chain 1 space and a chain 2 space remaining. Work a single crochet into that last chain 1 space. Do not chain, and into the chain 2 space, work a single crochet. So we're going to keep repeating this row until we have just 2 single crochet stitches remaining. We're decreasing each time, so our stitches will go down in number. It gets much quicker as we do this final little section. You can see we're now coming in and we're decreasing. So we're going to chain 2, turn, find the first chain 1 space, which will be after those 2 single crochet because there's no chain in between those, and work your single crochet, chain 1, single crochet, once you reach your last chain 1 space before that chain 2, work a single crochet, do not chain, can't stress this enough, do not chain, and work a single crochet into that chain 2 spot. Chain 2, turn, skip those 2 single crochets without the chain 1 space in between them, and into the first chain 1 space, work your single crochet. Then chain 1, single crochet. This is the row we're just repeating back and forth until you have just 2 single crochets remaining. So we're always going to end the single crochet into that chain 1 space, do not chain, and work a single crochet into the chain 2 space. then chain 2, turn, repeat. So I have worked my way all the way down until I have just 2 single crochet in that last row. So I have my chain 2 turn, and then I worked a single crochet into the chain 1 space, and then a single crochet into the chain 2 space. Because there was no other spaces to work into, I've decreased right down. You'll have 2 single crochet and your chain 2 remaining. For the very last row, we're going to chain 1, turn our work, skip these 2 single crochet because there is no chain 1 in between them, and into the chain 2 space work 1 single crochet only. That is the very last stitch of your corner to corner moss stitch rectangular scarf. Now to finish off, we're going to chain 1 and leave a nice long tail which we will incorporate into the fringing. Cut it off, pull that all the way through and pull it tight. So you should now have a long rectangle. So your scarf, the main body of the scarf is complete. All we need to do now is add the fun fringing on the ends. With some yarn, you want to roughly eyeball how long you would like your fringing to be. Now always add a couple of extra centimetres for trimming it neat and obviously bundling it together, but just roughly, if that's the sort of length that you would like your fringing to be, pull out that length of yarn. Then you want to double it. Then you can cut that first strand. So you want a piece of yarn that is roughly double the length that you want your fringing to be. Now as to how many of these strands you put in per little fringing tassel is entirely up to you. I tend to go for 3 per little tassel. So you can see it gives me 6 strands in total with 3 of these double lengths. So I use my first cut as a guide to trim my other ones. So I'm just going to keep pulling out lengths of yarn. Once you've cut several of these pieces, take 3 of them, or however many that you would like, and loop them over your finger. Now with your crochet hook, we have these nice little easy to spot gaps along this short edge, and this is where I worked my fringing into. So coming from the back to the front, I'm just going to pop my hook through one of those nice little sections. I'm going to put my folded yarn over and draw it through. Then I'm going to pass these ends through this loop and tighten it up. Easy peasy. Now with your tail, you'll do this at both ends. This is my tail from my slip knot. This is my tail from that chain 1 where I just cut my yarn. I incorporate these into my tassels too. So just as we did for this one, I bring 3 pieces of yarn, loop them over my finger, go into that little space where your tail is coming from. Actually, I might just go into the space above, wherever you want. Doesn't need to be perfect. I'm going to loop these through just as before. And then when I feed my tails through that loop, I also drop the tail from my work through that loop too. So it gets caught within that knot as I pull it tight. So your tail is now incorporated into the fringing as well. You can add as many or as few of these little fringing as you like. We're going to do the same top and bottom. Just grab 3 strands of yarn, or however many you wish. Hook in, loop them over, pull them through, and then feed these tail ends through that loop and pull it tight. Once you have added fringing all the way along to your personal preference, you can then smooth them out and you can trim them nice and neatly so they are all the same length. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. I hope that you do go on to make one of these really fun corner to corner moss stitch scarves for yourself. This works particularly great with variegated yarns, as you can see, but looks equally fantastic in plain solid coloured yarns, whatever you want to use. Any yarn weight, any thickness, any colour, this stitch works for it all. So until next time, happy crocheting. Bye! Today I'm going to be teaching you how to crochet this two-tone moss stitch square whilst carrying the yarn up each row. Now, the reason for carrying the yarn up each row, it means that you do not need to cut your yarn and attach a new colour for every single tiny row. We are going to use the same strand of yarn throughout the entire project. This will save you from having to weave in literally hundreds of tails. For these two-tone moss stitch squares, you are of course going to need two different colours of yarn. Now for my square, I have used a pure white and a variegated yarn, but for the purposes of this tutorial, I'm going to use two plain coloured yarns so you can clearly see what I'm doing. I'd also advise having a couple of stitch markers just for these first couple of rounds. To begin, pop a slip knot onto your hook. These first two rounds of this moss stitch square are the trickiest, so bear with them and trust the process. Once we get to round 3, it is plain sailing, I promise. So with the slip knot on your hook, I'm going to go ahead and chain 2. For this first round, we're going to work all of our stitches into this first chain that you made. So we're going to skip one and work into this chain here. And into this chain, we're going to start by working a single crochet stitch. Now, before we go any further, I advise popping a stitch marker into that single crochet that you just made. As I mentioned, these first 2 rows can be infuriating, so have some patience and just know it gets so much easier once we're past these first 2 rows. Okay, so we have 1 single crochet. Now chain 2, 1, 2, and pop a single crochet back into that same spot. We have formed our first corner. Now chain 1, and we're going to form another corner, and the corners are 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet, all working into this same spot. So we have 1 corner formed. If we pull it all around, we've got our second corner. Again, chain 1 and work a corner, single crochet, chain 2 and single crochet. That's our third corner formed. Chain 1 and work a corner, single crochet, chain 2 and single crochet. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 corners, and the corners are your chain 2 spaces. Now chain 1, and we're going to slip stitch to this very first single crochet that we made. So I'm just going to slip stitch in there. Now if you want to mark this chain 1 space, you can go ahead and pop your stitch marker into that space. So into that chain 1 space and pop in the stitch marker. Now don't worry about this hole in the middle here where we've created all our stitches. With the tail from your slip knot, you can run that around and weave those ends in at the back and pull it tight, and this little central hole should shrink up. Now we're going to move up to row 2 and we're going to change colour, but we are not going to cut our yarn. So you can go ahead and drop your working yarn and bring in your new colour. And with the new colour, we're simply going to yarn over the hook and pull through that slip stitch. Then pull that slip stitch down tight, and we've joined our new colour for our next row. Now turn your work we're going to flip it around. And for row 2, we're going to immediately start working the moss stitch. So into this chain 1 space that you marked, that out, we're going to work a single crochet. And then again, just for these first couple of rounds, we're going to mark that first stitch you made. Now chain 1, and we're going to work into the chain 2 corner space. So we're going to skip over a stitch, and into this chain 2 corner space, we're going to work a new corner. And the corners are 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet back into that same spot. So we have formed a new corner. Chain 1, and we're going to single crochet into the chain 1 space in between these stitches from the row below. Now the best way to identify where we're putting our hook, this is my chain 2 space here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 little legs. Those are the legs of the single crochet stitches. So we're going to be aiming in between them. So if I pull them apart a little bit, you'll see a little chink of daylight. That is where we're going to work our single crochet stitch. I promise it's easier after this round. So into that chain 1 space in between the single crochets from the row below, work a single crochet. Then chain 1, and we're going to work a corner into the chain 2 corner space. So directly into that exact same spot, we're going to work 1 single crochet, chain 2, and 1 single crochet. Now we're going to repeat this side corner as we go around. So chain 1, identify those 4 little legs from your single crochets from the row below, and we're going to work in between them, so pull them apart if you have to. And into that little chink of light, we're going to work 1 single crochet and chain 1, and then into the chain 2 space, we're going to form a corner. So 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet. Chain 1, identify the spot in between these 2 single crochets. There it is, single crochet, chain 1, and then we're back to our chain 2 space. So into the chain 2 space, we're going to work a single crochet, chain 2, and 1 more single crochet. So you can already see, by this end of round 2, we are getting a much clearer picture of what's happening here. So to end row 2, we're going to chain 1. We're going to do a couple of things. First of all, we're going to take this cream tail, working yarn still attached to the ball, and we're going to place it at the back. Just flick it to the back. So there at the back. Then we're going to slip stitch to the very first stitch that you made. Let's take your stitch marker out. We've already chained 1, and we're just going to slip stitch. Then drop the colour you're working with, and your second colour, which you flick to the back, will be here waiting for you. It's at the back. Now we're going to bring that up, and we're going to yarn over the hook and pull it through that loop. So we have carried this cream yarn up. Now turn your work, and you'll see at the back here, for row 3, we have this carried yarn. Now we're going to work a single crochet into this chain 1 space, because we are now working along the sides, but I'm also going to catch this floated yarn tail. So I am going to insert my hook to the right of it, to this side here, and catch it in my stitch. So work 1 single crochet, catch and trap that loop, and then it will be almost invisible, and we're good to go. Now chain 1. And then you're immediately going to work a corner into the chain 2 space. So a corner is single crochet, chain 2, single crochet. This round will be a walk in the park compared to those first 2s. Now along the sides, we're going to chain 1, skip the single crochet and work a single crochet into the chain 1 space. Single crochet into the chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space. Chain 1, and then you will be at your chain 2 corner space, where we form a new corner. So single crochet, chain 2, single crochet, all into that chain 2 space. Then along the sides, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, and we're back to a corner. So every time you come to a chain 2 corner space, we form a new corner. So single crochet, chain 2, single crochet. And then along the sides, we chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space. Keep doing that, chain 1, until you have run out of chain 1 spaces to work into, and you are right back to your corner section of chain 2, where you work a new corner. Single crochet, chain 2, single crochet. Then chain 1, work a single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, and as we are at the end of this round, we're going to take the colour that we're changing to, and we're going to place it backwards, flip it back, and then slip stitch to that very first single crochet that you made. And then for the next round, you're going to drop the colour that you're currently working with, and you're going to bring up the next colour, so your yellow, you're going to yarn over, pull that down nice and tight, turn your work, and again, with that very first single crochet, we're going to catch this floated tail. So just start with a single crochet straight into that chain 1 space, and we begin again. So on the sides, chain 1, single crochet into the chain 1 space, chain 1. Do that until you've run out of chain 1 spaces to work into. You'll hit your corner, where you work a new corner of single crochet, chain 2, single crochet. And then along the sides, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, and then you hit your corner. And you begin again, work this all the way around. Then before you slip stitch to finish this round, take the next colour, flip it backwards, then you can slip stitch to finish your round. Bring up the new colour from the back, turn your work, and you start your next round. Just remember to grab that little tail, that little float, as you go around. I'm just going to take a moment to weave this end in the center here because it's bothering me that it's just hanging around. So you can see by just running this tail around a couple of times underneath my stitches, it closes that little hole right up. That looks better. Now to finish your square, once your square is the size that you want it to be, we're just going to go ahead and slip stitch the very first single crochet of the row, and then chain 1, cut your yarn, leaving a nice long tail to weave in. You are also done with your other colour, so you can trim that one off too. Then pull that up, pull it tight, and you'll see you only have the 2 ends here and the 1 end that you started with. So you've only got 3 ends to weave in. Obviously, I've already woven in my central one, so technically you'll have 4. Now if I bring back my larger sample here, unless you are looking for it, I don't think you can spot immediately where I've carried the yarn tail up. It looks pretty much the same, and on the back, this is how it looks. A little bit more noticeable on the back, but overall, to save yourself ends, I feel like this is just so much easier and faster. Now, if you are an absolute perfectionist and you don't like this slight jog on your squares and you are happy to weave in hundreds of tail ends to get the effect that you want, this is how you add a new colour. So I have finished and joined the cream rounds. So now turn your work, and with your next colour, pop a slip knot onto your hook. And then straight into this chain 1 space, you're going to work a standing single crochet. So just pop your hook straight into that chain 1 space, draw up a loop. You will have 2 loops on your hook. Yarn over, go through both those loops, and you've completed a standing single crochet. Then continue your moss stitch all the way around. And then when you reach the end of the round, you would simply join it with a slip stitch to that standing single crochet that you made. Chain 1, cut your yarn, leaving a nice long tail to weave in, pull that through and pull it tight, and then turn your work, bring in your next colour, slip knot onto your hook, and work a standing single crochet into that chain 1 space, and continue. This will give you absolutely flawless, unnoticeable joins. However, you will have an awful lot of tails to weave in. You will have 2 tails for each individual row, and over a large square that adds up to a lot of weaving in. But as I say, that is the alternative for if you don't like this tiny little jog on the carried up yarns. You can absolutely just cut and change colour each row, but brace yourself, there will be a lot of ends. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. I hope that by carrying the yarn up and eliminating all those tails takes the pain out of switching colour every row, because the effect is just really cool. I really like how they look. So please do let me know down in the comments what you think of this square. Are you going to carry your yarn, or are you going to just suffer all those yarn tails? Let me know in the comments, and until next time, happy crocheting. Bye! Today I'm going to be showing you how to crochet this gorgeous moss stitch shawl. Now I'm going to show you how to do the very basic triangle itself, and then as an optional extra I'm going to show you how I finished off with just a few rounds of stitches around the entire thing to give it a nice neat finish. Now for my personal shawl here on the table, I used 7 balls of Lion Brand Landscapes in the colour Coral Reef with a 6.5mm crochet hook. You can, of course, use any yarn, any hook size that you so wish. To begin, I'm going to start with a magic ring. Now, if you absolutely detest the magic ring, you can substitute this out for chaining 4 and then joining with a slip stitch to the very first chain you made to create a little ring that you can work your stitches into. So form your magic ring or your chain loop and then chain 1. Into this magic ring, I'm going to work 2 single crochets, 1, 2, chain 2, 1, 2, and 2 single crochets back into the magic ring. Now don't tighten up your magic ring just yet. The first few rows of this moss stitch shawl can be a little bit confusing, and you don't want tight stitches, just for the first few rows. So we're just going to leave the magic ring as is, just for a little bit. So for row 2, you're going to chain 1 and flip your work, just turn it around. And then into that very first single crochet stitch where you just chained from, work 2 single crochets. So straight into that stitch, it's 1 and 2. Now chain 1, skip a stitch, and we're going to work into the chain 2 space. This is why it's easier if your magic ring is still a bit loose. You can see your chain 2 space there, so we're skipping that next single crochet, into the chain 2 space, we're going to work 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet back into that chain 2 space. This is going to form the spine of your shawl. Now if you want to, grab a stitch marker and pop it into that chain 2 space, just so it's really easy to identify for the next few rounds. After a while you won't need it, but just for these first few rows, it's worth it. Okay, now we're going to chain 1, skip a stitch, and into this very last stitch of the row, work 2 single crochets right into that end stitch here. We'll work 2 single crochets. 1, 2. So you can see it doesn't look like much now. Trust the process. For row 3, chain 1 and turn your work. Again, into that very first stitch of the row, ignore your chain 1, into that very first stitch, work 2 single crochet stitches. 1, that's 2. Then chain 1, skip a single crochet and find your chain 1 space from the row below. If you rotate your work, you'll see the little V's. This first V is your single crochet, this second one is your chain, and this next one is a single crochet. So you want to spot the place in between your single crochet stitches, and into that chain 1 space, work a single crochet. Chain 1, and we'll be back to our chain 2 place that you marked with the stitch marker. Or if you didn't, you'll be there anyway, don't worry. And into the chain 2 space, work 1 single crochet, chain 2, and 1 single crochet back into that same space. Then again, mark your chain 2 space if you wish. That way you'll know when we come back around, that's your chain 2 space. Now working back down the side, chain 1, skip your stitches and work into the chain 1 space in between them. So you've got a single crochet, chain 1, and then 2 single crochets here. Into the chain 1 space, work your single crochet, chain 1, and then you'll be right at the end, you'll have 2 stitches left. Into this very last stitch, work 2 single crochet stitches. That's 1, and that's 2. Now at this point, you can go ahead and tighten up your magic ring. And you'll see we're forming a little triangle shape. For row 4, chain 1 and turn. Now into that very first single crochet you made, work 2 single crochet stitches. 1, 2. Now up the sides, we're going to chain 1 and work a single crochet into the chain 1 space in between your stitches. So straight into that gap in there, work a single crochet, chain 1, find your next chain 1 space, and work a single crochet into it. Chain 1, and we'll be up to your chain 2 space. So this is the little spine of your shawl, and into that chain 2 space, we're going to work 1 single crochet, chain 2, and 1 more single crochet. Again, if you want to mark that chain 2 spot, go ahead. And then working back down the other side, chain 1, single crochet into the chain 1 space, so you're skipping these stitches entirely and just working straight into the gaps in between them. Chain 1, single crochet into the chain 1 space, chain 1, and then to end, you'll have 2 stitches left, 1, 2, work 2 single crochets into that very last stitch, so skip a stitch and work 2 single crochets into this very last stitch. 1 and 2. So that is the pattern repeat row, and we are going to repeat this over and over until the shawl is the size that you want it to be. I'll recap it now. You're going to chain 1, turn your work, and work 2 single crochets into that very first stitch. 1, 2. And then working up the side towards your chain 2 space over here, you're going to chain 1, single crochet into the chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the chain 1 space. We're going to do this all the way up until you have run out of chain 1 spaces to work into. Then once you have run out of chain spaces spaces. You can see I didn't mark my chain 2 spot very well here. This is actually the chain 2 here. Only got one loop of it. But once you have run out of chain 1 spaces to work into, chain 1 and into the chain 2 space, which will be at the top point of your shawl here, work 1 single crochet, chain 2, and 1 single crochet, all into the same place. And mark that chain 2 spot. And then coming back down the other side, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space. Chain 1, single crochet into the chain 1 space. Do that all the way down until you have run out of chain 1 spaces to work into. Then when you have reached the very end and you've got no more chain spaces, we're going to chain 1 and into that very last stitch, work 2 single crochets. 1 and 2. Let's recap that again really quickly. Chain 1 and turn, work 2 single crochets into that very first stitch. 1, 2. Then up the side, we're going to work chain 1, single crochet into the chain 1 space. Chain 1, single crochet into the chain 1 space, all the way up until you have run out of chain 1 spaces to work into. Once you have run out of chain 1 spaces up the side, you'll be at your chain 2 central spine. So chain 1 if you haven't already, and into that chain 2 space, work 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet. Mark that chain 2 space if you want to, you don't have to. And then coming back down this other side, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space, chain 1, single crochet into the next chain 1 space. Repeat this until you have run out of chain 1 spaces to work into. And when you reach the very end, chain 1 if you haven't already, skip a stitch and work 2 single crochets into that very last single crochet of the row. Keep repeating that last row back and forth until your shawl is the size that you want it to be. I'm going to go ahead and crochet up a few more rows to make a small little triangle, and then I'll show you how I crocheted my little mini border around it. But again, that is totally optional. You could just leave it raw edged like this. So meet me back here in just a moment when your shawl is the size that you want it to be. So I'm just finishing up the last couple of stitches. There we go. And now my shawl is the size that I want it to be. Now you can leave it at this point, that's absolutely fine. And if you wanted to do that, to finish off your very final stitch, you would chain 1, cut your yarn, leaving an end to weave in, snip your yarn, and then you would simply pull that loop all the way through the chain, pull it tight, and you're good to go. However, you just undo that chain. If you wanted to do what I have done, which is put on just a few rounds of single crochet stitches just to make sure it has a nice sturdy edging all the way around, then I'm going to show you how I did that now. Now you can use these single crochet rows as a base to add a more elaborate border to your finished shawl if you so wish, but I left mine with just the sort of the 3 straight rows. So for your border, once you have finished your very last stitch, you're going to chain 2 and work a single crochet back into that exact same stitch where you worked your other 2 single crochets. Then grab a stitch marker and again pop a stitch marker into that chain 2 space just so it's easily recognizable when you come back around. Now for these corners and the stitches we're about to do, if you find that it is all pulling in a bit too tight, feel free to chain 3 instead of 2 on your corners, or maybe add in a couple of extra stitches along the way. That way, if it's too tight, add some extra stitches or chains just to give yourself that slack back. Now the reverse applies if you find that you're getting too many stitches and your edges are waving and ruffling, then reduce the amount of stitches you are putting in along this bottom edge. There is no set stitch count because everybody's shawl will be different, but feel free to just tweak it for your own personal tension if you find things are pulling in too much or ruffling out too much. For me, I found just one single crochet in the end of each row was enough to keep my shawl straight. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Just one single crochet. I think you can see my blue table shining through little holes at the end of each row. Just single crochet evenly along this bottom raw edge. Now, as I say, if you're pulling in too tight, feel free to add another stitch in to where we just worked one or an extra chain. Just single crochet, just evenly down this raw edge until you get to your central ring, be it magic ring or your chain or loop that you started with. So I'm just single crocheting along the edge here. You can see it's not pulling in too much, it's not ruffling, it's just right for me personally. Feel free to adapt this for your personal tension. Once you reach your central ring section, be it the magic ring or your chain loop, we're just going to cross over this with one chain and then continue single crocheting back along that bottom edge of your shawl. I'll just give you a tiny bit of slack for working over the central section. Keep single crocheting along this raw bottom edge. Now once you get over to the other side, you'll have your 2 single crochets coming up. So this is the way you've been working, back and forth. Work into that same spot a single crochet. Then chain 2 and slip stitch to the very first single crochet of that round. Now if you have added chains or added stitches, just make sure that if you added an extra stitch there at this side that you do it again on this side. So we've just single crocheted along this raw bottom edge. Now chain 1, turn your work and slip stitch back into that chain 2 that you just created. Slip stitch back in there. Then chain 1 and into this chain 2 space. Work a single crochet. Work one more single crochet. So we're starting with 2, chain 2, and one more single crochet back into that chain 2 space. Again, you can mark your new chain 2 space with a stitch marker. We have here 2 single crochet, chain 2, and then just 1 single crochet. Now we're going to single crochet in every stitch all the way back along this bottom raw edge. When you come to your chain 1 space, where you straddled your central section here, work a single crochet into that chain 1 space. And then continue single crocheting into the top of all your single crochets from the row below. So you can see I'm now coming back along this raw edge. Once you hit your chain 2 space, take the marker out, and into this chain 2 space work 1 single crochet, chain 2, and then 2 single crochets just to turn this corner. As I say, feel free to adapt this. If you find 2 stitches is too many, just do 1. It's very flexible. Work it to your personal tension. Just make sure that whatever you do in the corners is the same. Then we're going to work up the moss stitch side here, and you're going to single crochet into the top of every single crochet stitch. So we'll have 2, 1, 2, and into each chain 1 space. So single crochet into the chain 1 space. Apologies for the noise of my stitch markers ruffling around on my table. And work a single crochet into the top of the single crochet stitch itself. So work 1 into the chain space and into the stitch. Work this all the way up. Then, once you reach your chain 2 space, this middle spine of your shawl, we're just going to work what we've worked each time, which is 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet. And again, mark that chain 2 spot if you so wish. Then coming back down, work a single crochet into every stitch and chain 1 space back down along this moss stitch edge. Once we reach back over this side over here, we're going to skip this where you slip stitch back in and just slip stitch to the first single crochet that you can easily spot. So it might be a little bit of a mess over here. Don't worry, identify top of the first single crochet stitch. It's here. So here we've got where we turned and slip stitched. You can just skip right over all of that, find the most identifiable stitch. Don't need to worry too much. Slip stitch in, chain 1 and turn. Now as you can see, mine's curving around a little bit. That's fine. Just tailor it to your tension and then go back around again. Now on this next row, if you find that you've got a little bit of a curve here that you don't particularly like I currently have, when I come back to these 2 corners here, I will just work 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet. Or if you like the curve, you could extend it out and have it more of a crescent shape. As I say, totally customizable. We are just putting on a rigid edging to keep your triangle triangular shaped. So for this next round, just 1 single crochet and single crochet back into that stitch here, single crochet in every single stitch, and in the corners, in 3 corners, work 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet. Or if you find that's pulling in too much, you can alter that for 2 single crochet stitches, chain 2, 2 single crochet stitches, alter it to however you like. We're just putting on a very basic row of single crochets. They don't need to be perfect, just ensure that you're doing it evenly. No one will notice 1 stitch off by the time your shawl is finished. My chain 2 space, it's 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet. Continue single crochet into every stitch. I've reached another corner here, another chain 2 space. This time around I'm just going to work 1 single crochet, chain 2, 1 single crochet, then single crochet into every single crochet from the row below, and again when you get to the other corner, repeat this into the corner. Again, I've got chain 2 space here, single crochet, chain 2, single crochet, working my way back round to where we started this round. I've got a single crochet here, I've got space for 1 more here, slip stitch to the very first stitch of your row, and now I'm happy with just this sort of narrow banding around mine, so I'm going to go ahead, chain 1, cut my yarn, leaving a nice long tail to weave in, that up and pull that out. Now what you'll find as your shawl gets bigger is the weight of it will pull itself into shape. So you can see on this little tiny sample, it's not a perfect triangle here. It's curving round a little bit. That's fine. I'm quite happy with that. It doesn't bother me in the least. I could block it if I wanted to, but as I say, when your shawl is much bigger, the weight of it will pull itself out. Let me just show you on my actual shawl. So this is my big full shawl. You can see it's very big, it's very heavy, and my corners look like this. I added great big fat tassels to mine. Here is my central spine section. And yeah, your shawl will be huge and heavy, and no one is going to notice any slight imperfection on these corners. So don't stress, just add stitches, just gives it a bit of rigidity and shape. It stops it from being too pulled out of shape as you're wearing it. I've been wearing this one quite a lot, as you can probably tell by all the cat hair in it, but it does work up so quickly, so beautifully, and you get left with this really dense, heavy shawl, which quite frankly, I can't get enough of. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. If you found it helpful, please do give me a big thumbs up, and until next time, happy crocheting. Bye! Today I'm going to be showing you how to crochet the moss stitch, which is also known as the linen stitch. An absolutely beautiful stitch. I love it. It makes a nice flat, dense texture. Works wonderfully in solid colours, changing colour every row. Looks equally fantastic in one plain solid colour and works really well in variegated yarns. There is nothing I don't like about this stitch. To begin, pop a slip knot onto your hook. Now the pattern multiple for the moss stitch is simply 2. All that means is you're going to chain in multiples of 2, 2, 2, or an even number for as wide as you want your project to be. I'm just going to make a small sample today, so I'm going to go ahead and chain 16. So once you have your desired amount of chains, we're going to begin by working into the 4th chain from the hook. Now this loop on your hook does not count as anything. You only want to count these fully formed chains hanging down below. So count backwards 1, 2, 3, 4, and into that 4th chain we're going to work a single crochet. Now chain 1, skip a chain, single crochet into the next. Skip a chain, single crochet into the next. Chain 1, skip a chain, single crochet into the next. We're going to repeat this all the way down the row. Chain 1, skip a chain, single crochet into the next. Now once you reach towards the end of your row, this is where you need to make a decision whether you're continuing in the same colour or if you want to change colours, like in my blanket that I showed right in the very beginning. Now, because I want to show you how to do that, I'm going to be changing colour on my very last stitch. So I've got 2 chains remaining. I'm going to chain 1, and into this very last chain I'm going to work my last single crochet, but I'm also going to change colour. So to do that, I'm going to insert my hook into the chain, draw up a loop as if I was going to complete the single crochet. But at this point I'm going to stop when I've got the 2 loops on my hook. I'm going to cut my yarn, the colour I'm currently working, leave nice long tails that you can weave in afterwards. I'm going to bring in my new colour, I'm going to lie it over my hook, again leaving a long tail, and I'm going to draw it through those 2 loops to change colour. Now if you didn't want to change colour, just complete that last single crochet as normal. For row 2 is the pattern repeat row. What that means is we're going to repeat row 2 over and over and over again until your project is the size you want it to be. So we're going to chain 2 and turn our work. Now work a single crochet into the chain 1 space in between your single crochets in the row below. So into that space work a single crochet. Chain 1, skip the single crochet and work into the chain space next to it. So ignore your single crochet and work a single crochet into the space in between. Chain 1, skip a stitch, single crochet into the chain 1 space. Chain 1, skip that stitch, work into the chain 1 space beside it. Keep going. Chain 1, skip that single crochet, and then add a single crochet into the space. This is why I love the moss stitch. You're just working into spaces. Chain 1, skip a stitch, work into the space. Once you reach the very end, we're going to chain 1, skip this single crochet, and we're going to work into this chain space right at the end here. Now again, I want to change colour on this stitch, so in this last single crochet I'm going to change colour. If you're not changing colour, just complete your single crochet as normal. I'm going to work my single crochet right into the end here, and then I'm going to drop the yarn I'm currently working with and bring in my new colour. And pull that through to complete my single crochet stitch. Then I'm going to trim off the silver yarn. So again, we're going to repeat the row that we just did. So chain 2 and turn your work. Place a single crochet into the chain 1 space in between your stitches from the row below. So just work right into that space. Chain 1, skip your single crochet and work into the chain 1 space in between them. So right in here. Chain 1, skip a stitch, single crochet into the chain 1 space. Chain 1, skip a stitch, single crochet into the chain 1 space. Keep going, just repeating that. Chain 1, skip your single crochet into the chain 1 space next to it. Then to end the row, once you've finished working in between your stitches, you're going to chain 1 and end with a single crochet into this chain 2 space right at the very end. Don't forget this little gap here, right in there. If you were going to change colour, this is a stitch to change colour on, but I'll do a quick recap with the same colour just so you can see the difference. So I'm going to complete my single crochet as normal. And from here on, you're just repeating the same thing. Chain 2, turn, single crochet into the chain 1 space, chain 1, skip the stitch and single crochet into the chain 1 space. Work that all the way along. Once you reach the other side of your work, don't forget to chain 1 and end with your last single crochet to this chain 2 space right at the very end. This is the one that you can miss, so definitely make sure that you are getting that very last stitch. So you continue repeating row 2 for as long as you want your project to be. And when you reach the very last stitch on your very last row and your project is the size that you want it to be, chain 1, cut your yarn, leaving a length to weave in, pull that up and out, pull it tight, and your project is complete. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial on how to crochet the moss stitch. If you are left with lots of ends, then I have a video to help you out that is on screen now or down in the comment section down below. And until next time, happy crocheting. Bye! everybody and welcome to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to crochet this beautiful moss stitch scarf and also how to incorporate the ends into tassels like this, so there is no weaving in required. If you love all things crochet and are passionate about the craft, then you have definitely come to the right place. Hit that subscribe button and the bell notification so you don't miss out on any of my future crochet videos. So this scarf is super simple to make, and I'm just going to take a quick moment to talk about the materials before we leap straight into the tutorial itself. For my scarf, I used one of the Shapier's Soft Fun Pastel rainbow packs. Now you can see I've used pretty much every last scrap of the yarn, including making the tassels. I've got a tiny bit left over, but very little indeed. You're also going to need a 5mm crochet hook and some scissors. Now for the colour order, I simply used the default order that is already in the box. So I started with this shade and I worked all the way around the box and just kept going. For my scarf, I chained 300 to start. I did 3 rows of each colour, and then the very final row, I did 2 rows of this last colour, just so it matched the start and finish visually. I don't know if you can see that. There we go. So that's all the details about my scarf here on the table. So let's jump straight in to how you crochet a moss stitch scarf. To begin your scarf, we're going to leave quite a long tail initially because we incorporate all our tails from this scarf into the tasseling at the end. So leave quite a long tail, then create your slip knot and pop it on your hook. Now the pattern multiple for the moss stitch is 2. So what that means is you'll chain 2, 2, 2, so an even number for as wide, or in the instances of this scarf, as long as you want your project to be. Now my scarf, I chained 300 to start, but we don't have all day, so I'm only going to do a tiny sample today and chain 20. So that's my 20 starting chains. As I said, if you're making the scarf, you'll have 300 of these. So to start, we're going to be working into the 4th chain from our hook. Now this loop doesn't count as anything. You want to count these completed chains hanging down. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And into that 4th chain, place a single crochet stitch. Chain 1, skip a chain, single crochet in the next. Chain 1, skip a chain, single crochet in the next. Now continue in this fashion all the way down the length of your chain, but we will be changing colour in this very last stitch. So keep going, chain 1, skip 1, single crochet in the next, all the way to the end. Don't finish the final stitch of the row. Once you've hit your last 2 chains, we'll end with a single crochet in that last one, but as we are changing colour, we're going to do something different. So start the stitch, drop a loop, and then stop at this point before you finish your single crochet. Cut your yarn, leaving a long tail, because of course this will be part of the tassels, then grab your next colour. With your next colour, again, leave a long tail, place a loop over your hook, and draw it through the green to complete the stitch. Leave that tail hanging down with the others. You can tighten up that single crochet a little bit if you want to. So we've changed colour. For each row, you will do the same, changing colour on the last single crochet of the row. So moss stitch is just a 1 row repeat, and the row we are about to do is the pattern repeat row. All that means is you are going to continue this second row over and over again until your project is complete. So we're going to chain 2. Don't worry if that first chain's a bit loose, because of course this isn't attached to anything. You can pull it back down a little bit. 1, 2, and then turn your work. Now we're going to be working into the chain 1 spaces in between the single crochets that you made on the row below. So if you stretch it out a little bit, I'll put my finger behind the space. There's a chain 1 space. There's a chain 1 space. This here is your single crochet. So we're working into the chain 1 spaces in between your single crochets of the row. So make a single crochet in that first chain 1 space. chain 1, skip this single crochet, and place a single crochet into the next chain 1 space. The more rows you build, the easier it is to spot those chain 1 spaces. Chain 1, skip the single crochet in the chain 1 space. Do this all the way along. Chain 1, skip 1, single crochet into the chain 1 space from the row below. All the way along. Once you reach the very last single crochet of the row, pull it apart a little bit. You can see we have chain 2 space right here at the very end. So chain 1 if you haven't already. We're going to place our single crochet into this chain space just at the end. So ignore this single crochet and pop your hook into that space right at the end. And don't forget, we will be changing colour again on this row. So pull up your loop, don't complete your stitch, leave a long tail, grab your next colour, again leave a long tail, draw that loop over and pull it through. From this point on, it is simply a case of repeating that yellow row. So chain 2, turn your work, single crochet into the chain 1 space, this very first one. Ignore your loose stitches at the end. So straight in there, pop your single crochet, chain 1, skip the stitch, single crochet into the chain 1 space. Chain 1, skip, single crochet, all the way to the end.
Finding the right funding to help you grow your business can feel like a challenge. American Express Business Line of Credit offers flexible access to lines ranging from $2,000 to $250,000. Draw individual loans for your business as needed, up to your available line amount. You can choose from whatever loan term lengths you're offered. You can even take out multiple loans up to your available line amount. As you pay off each loan, your line replenishes. American Express Business Line of Credit.
And once you reach the end of the row, chain 1 and place your last single crochet into this chain 2 space right at the very end here. Things may be a little bit loose because we're just leaving ends dangling, but you'll spot it. This is your single crochet, that little tiny gap in between. Put your hook in there, make your single crochet and change colour at the same time. So keep going, building your rows of moss stitch. As a final little note, when you finish the very last stitch of your row, and it is your final row, and you don't want to change colour anymore because this is the final stitch, complete your single crochet as normal, then chain 1, snip your yarn, pull that through the loop, pull it tight, and then we're ready to tackle these ends. So once you've finished crocheting your scarf, you're going to be left with all these ends. Now don't panic, we are not going to weave them in, we're going to incorporate them into the tassel fringing of the scarf itself. So at this point, what you want to do is simply separate out your colour changes and pop a double knot. I'm just tying a normal little knot here. Don't pull it too tight, you don't want it to pucker. And I'm just knotting them together. Get the next two. Knot them together. And do that all the way along the edge, tying up all your ends. Once everything is knotted, we can move on to making the tassels. So once you have knotted all your ends together, we're going to make some tassels. So grab yourself something to wrap the yarn around, some of your leftover soft fun, and I'm just going to wrap it around something hard. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Then snip that end. Then holding on, pinch these strands at the top. I'm just holding them down tight. Pinch them there and slide them off. Then snip your loop so you are left with 4 long strands. Now grab a hook. I've been using my 5mm to crochet. I'm going to use a 5.5 just for the tassels. Gather up some of your ends. I've roughly divided mine into 2 sections at a time. This end section's just got 3, but that's fine. Hook your hook in. Some of your stitches right at the very end. You don't need to be too neat, don't worry, these tassels hide a lot of sins. Then loop those 4 strands and pull them through to the back. Then your 3 chosen strands, or 4, or however many you're doing, take these ends and pop them through that loop of the tassel. Then your tassel ends, pop those through as well. I'm just grabbing them and pulling them through. Then tighten up your tassel, and it will tighten around your knotted ends. You can obviously take your time and be a lot neater than I'm being. There we go. And then your ends are combined in the tassel. Do this all the way along using your leftover scraps. Doesn't matter what colour order, just do what you want. It's your scarf. Keep doing that all the way along. Then when you have a full run of tassels, stretch them all out, grab your scissors and trim them evenly to the length that you want. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial, and I hope you go on to make beautiful, soft, fun moss stitch scarves of your own. And until next time, happy crocheting. Bye!
with another video for Ophelia Talks, and today we are making this square here, which is made up of 4 colours, and we're actually working in the round. So I will show you how to do that in a moment, and of course you can do this with 4 colours but also just with 2 colours. Now I am using DK yarn, I'm just using any colours that came to mind, and I am using a 3.5 crochet hook because I always use a 3.5 for DK. So use whichever hook you want, whichever colours you want, and also, to be honest, whichever thickness you want. This is just to play around and just to have a go at this technique and just see if you like it or not for a bigger project maybe. So let's get started. And oh yes, this one does not generate all that many ends, just 2 ends per colour that you use, and of course the longer you keep going with this square, the bigger it gets, you will still only have the 2 ends of each colour that you use. So let's put this one to the side and let's get started on a new one. So I have here a lovely aster colour, and I'm going to make my slip knot, insert the hook, and I'm going to chain 4 because we do have to get started with the middle of our square. As usual, we use a little circle made up of 4 chains. We go back to the first chain. I always have to persuade this a little bit. There we go, into there, and we do a slip stitch. Voila! We've now made a little circle. We're going to chain 2, 1 and 2, and we're going to place 2 more double crochets into the circle. Now we're going to do 2 chains, 1, 2, and then we need to bring in our next colour. I'm just going to bring in a lovely purple there, and I'm going to pull it through. So this has now changed my colour for now, and I'm going to do my first cluster in this lovely purple. Tomatoes, something like that. Chain 2, and then off we go towards our 3rd colour. Spice, pumpkin here. So I'm going to pull that through. Continue. Go. 2 chains. And I have another colour here. Apple or lime. Pulling it through. And we are doing our last cluster. So now we do 2 chains, and now we're going to skip these 2 chains, go under this loop here and close. So this is the usual start, of course, of a granny square, and while we will be doing the basic pattern of a granny square, we will be using different colours for each side. So now for round 2, we are going to turn our square, because we are going to keep on using the green, and we have to put clusters here and here for the green, but if we don't turn, then it just isn't possible to do so. So we are going to go back on our chain by doing a slip stitch into the first chain and a slip stitch into the second chain to bring you closer to the location where you need to be. And then we are going to do 2 chains and 2 double crochets for that corner cluster, which we are only making a cluster. So we're not doing the first cluster and the 2 chains, we're just doing 1 cluster here, and then we go over to the other location here where we started with our green, but where we are now going to place 3 double crochets. There we go. Now of course we have to do our chain 2, so we're going to do that. So 1, 2, and now we have to change colour. So we're going to leave the green behind, and here in this location there should be the spice that we finished with. Now we need to bring that up to the level of the next round basically, but we need to do that in a way so it doesn't sort of look like we've done that, okay? We don't want a thread to be lying there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull it through to change colour, so to speak. So now I have changed colour. Let me just pull this green a little bit. There we go. And like I said, I don't want this to be there. So what we usually do is we yarn over and then we insert. But that would leave this strand laying there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go under the strand, I'm going to yarn over now. That will have taken that strand into my stitch. Now I go into the location to place my stitch, pull up a loop, yarn over, pull through 2, and yarn over, pull through 2. And look, that way, now that strand has been incorporated into my stitch and I can't see it. So we need to do another 2 stitches. So this is how we are going to be hiding the strands that we need to change position each time. Okay? So we're incorporating them into our stitch. So we create our 2 clusters here, chain 2, and then the same thing. We're going to drop the spice, start with the colour that we ended with there. We're going to pull that through to change colour, pull the previous colour tight, just to make sure it's all tight. Then we are going to go around the strand to yarn over, into the location to pull up a loop, and don't get the other colours involved, do our stitch. There we go. Okay. So this now has made another corner, and that of course did as well. So now we do our 2 clusters that we need to do in this colour. Chain 2, leave the purple, bring in the aster, yarn it over so you pull it through. Then go under the strand to yarn over, insert into the location and do your double crochet, and then do the 2 remaining double crochets for that corner cluster. Then we go over to the other side and we do our cluster. We chain 2, and this time of course we need to close the round, so we're going to go and skip here, go under there, and close the round with a slip stitch. There we go. So now this has come to the front, so I'm just going to pull that to the back. There we go. Look at that. So now we are set up to continue our work like this. So once again we are going to turn our square. We do a couple of slip stitches just to get us in the better location. 2. There we go. And now of course we are doing 1, 2 chains and 2 double crochets, because that's our first cluster. It's half of our corner cluster here, which we will finish in time. And then here we now have to do a cluster in this one. Now we are doing a cluster on the corner, and of course in this colour we will just be doing the 3 double crochets for the cluster, 2 chains, then we drop our colour, we bring in the next colour, let's hold on to the previous colour there, we pull it through, and we go under it to yarn over, into the location, pull up the loop, pull through 2, and this is how we will do around and out square. And now of course you could go and keep on doing this for as many rounds as you can make a blanket like this. You can just keep going. You can just keep on doing this and you'll have a blanket in 4 colours. So let's bring this to the back there. Yep, then it's the orange one. So pull it through the chain, go under it and yarn over, into the location, pull up a loop, and you do your double crochet. There we go. Of course, the further away you are from these ends, the easier it will get, because you will just have your longer ends to deal with. Your balls will get entangled, so you might need to set up some sort of management scheme to keep detangling your balls from time to time. But for now, for me to just show you, I think this is great fun. Under it to yarn over, into the location, pull up a loop, look at this! Look! Doesn't it look great? Okay, let me finish this round. So here I've done my 2 chains, and of course here I need to close the round. There is no end for me to use to start using, so that's a big clue to say that yes, this is your time to finish the round, turn it around and keep working with the same color. So if there is no end hanging there, then you know that it is time to do it. Just get started on doing the next clusters. There we go. So you turn and you work with the same color in the other direction straight away, and then we will be using this in the same round. So this is what it looks like for now. Let me finish the round and show you again. So I've made it to the end of my round, and here all I'm going to do is close my round. Now of course you can, like I mentioned already, make this as big or as small as you want. Your yarns will get entangled, but of course once you have a big enough piece, it'll be quite easy to get that under control, I feel. So there we go. So we're going to be cutting off all the ends, because Leila has decided to join me, and I think that's the end of filming for today. So yes, Leila, what do you think? Do you approve of what we're doing here? Yeah, oh there we go. Yeah, there's a tail, look. So yeah, that's it. So here we are. I think I really like the look of this because it gives you a nice sort of join here and there, and you know, once you've got the hang of it, it's not that difficult. And also now with this one here, I think you could do some sort of you know, there we go, sort of like optical illusion, where you sew this together and then it looks like this is a square. See? So yeah, lots of possibilities, and I hope you like. Leila, what are you doing? Oh my word. I hope you like this technique. I hope you like to try this out. I hope you would like to try this out, and I hope that, yeah. So thank you very much for watching. I'm going to have to say goodbye and take her off my desk because there's too many things on here. But yes, I hope you have enjoyed this video. Leave me a comment below in the comment section to let me know if you're going to try this, and yeah, I hope that you have enjoyed this video. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Hi everyone, it's Anya here, and I'm back with another video for Ophelia Talks. And in today's video, I'm going to show you how to chain to a length. Now, very often when we are making a wearable, when we have to make a specific size in our project, I will say measure and then chain to a length. And in this video, I'm going to tell you how to go about doing that. I will also tell you how to do it then to make sure you have the multiple that you need for a particular project. Now, when I say chain to a length, I mean that you need to measure first how long the piece of crochet should be that you're going to be using. Now, you can do this, of course, for blankets as well. You can see, I want to make a blanket for a double bed, for instance. How wide is my double bed? How much do I want it to hang down? Things like that. So you need to measure how long you want your crochet to be. So let's say, I'm going to make it smaller, of course, for the sake of the video. Let's say my crochet piece will have to be 50 centimeters wide. So that's about 20 inches wide, okay? Now, what you're going to do then is you're going to chain to that length. So you take the yarn that you are going to use for that particular project. You take the hook that you're going to use for that project. You know that for DK, I normally use a 3.5, but for this project, because it's a cardigan, you'll find out how to make it in the next video, okay? I am going to use the hook that, of course, you are going to use for the project. So let's start chaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so I have chained a certain amount of chains. Now I am going to make sure I have my tape here. And I'm going to put my first chain on the 50. I'm not pulling because that will make it longer. I am just laying it down like this. Okay. And indeed, look, I am at the 0 there. Okay. So no pulling, just laying it down naturally. So this I have here 50 centimeters of chain. Okay. Or 20 inches. Now, if you're an experienced crocheter, you will know that once I put that first row of stitches onto my chain here, it is going to expand. And of course, we also have to take into account a multiple very often when we're making a particular project. So what I'm going to do is, yes, this is going to be longer. So you might want to take some chains off of this. So let's just say we are going to take 5 chains off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, so take your hook out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So chaining to just below the measurement will help. But of course, you still can't really gauge how long this is going to be once you have put your stitches on. The longer your chain, the more there will be an expansion at the end when you put your stitches on. So if I had done, for example, a chain of 10 centimeters and used that as my demonstration sample, there would not be much of a difference. It would maybe be, 1 or 2 chains different.